Have a nice day. The day when world became red. The clearing was a whirl of color and motion. A flash of yellow, a streak of crimson, and two smaller blurs of orange and blue. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, moved with a grace that seemed to defy the laws of physics, a glowing Rasengan in hand as he guided his son. Beside him, Kushina Uzumaki was a hurricane of flowing red hair, her chakra chains erupting from her back to gently corral her daughter. Again, Menma, faster! Minato called out, his voice a bright, encouraging shout. Focus your chakra, you're still relying too much on the Nine-Tails cloak. Mito, keep your chains straight. Kushina chirped, her tone warm and playful. Remember what I told you. They're not just for power. They're an extension of your love. From a high branch of a tree, far removed from the dust and energy of the training ground, a small 11-year-old blonde boy watched. He was so still he might have been part of the foliage itself. The sounds of his family were a distant hum, a melody he wasn't part of. His hair was the same as his father's, but his eyes were a different matter. A shade of startling red, with three tomo swirling around a deep black pupil. His heart didn't ache with jealousy, not exactly. He loved his siblings. He knew they were special. Everyone in the village knew. Mito and Menma were the heroes of the Leaf, the ones who held the Kyuubi at bay. His parents spent every waking moment of their free time training them, shaping them into the powerful shinobi they were destined to be. Naruto understood the necessity of it, the logic. Still, logic couldn't stop the quiet sting of being an afterthought. A brief pause in the training allowed Minato to glance in his direction. He offered a quick, distracted smile and a wave. Naruto, staying out of trouble? It wasn't a question that expected an answer. It was a fond dismissal, a quick check-in before he turned his full attention back to Menma, who was now stumbling through a complicated jutsu. Naruto didn't wave back. He didn't move at all. He just observed, his crimson eyes soaking in every detail. He was learning more than his siblings were, in a way. He was learning on his own terms. His Sharingan was his silent partner, his secret teacher. It was a lonely kind of power, and he was a lonely kind of boy. The weight of his loneliness was a constant presence. Not a shout, but a low thrumming hum, like the distant pulse of his mother's chakra chains. #flashback. Naruto, currently 6 years old, sat in the dim hallway of his home, knees pulled to his chest, listening. He wasn't supposed to be out of bed, but the sounds from the living room had been too loud to ignore. Laughter. The warm, vibrant laughter of his parents and his siblings. He peered around the corner, just enough to see them. Minato was holding Menma aloft, a triumphant grin on his face. You did it. You held the chakra cloak for a full 3 seconds. Son, that's a new record. I told you he could do it, darling. Kushina's voice was filled with pride. She was braiding a ribbon into Mito's hair, her own face soft and beaming. My little Jinchuriki are so strong. Naruto watched as his father set Menma down and his mother pulled both twins into a tight hug. It wasn't a family moment meant to exclude him, but it did all the same. He had tried to get their attention earlier, to show them a new trick he'd learned, but they just smiled, preoccupied, and told him they would watch later. Later never came. A feeling that had become a familiar companion settled over him. It wasn't a sudden, sharp pain, but a dull, hollow ache. It was the feeling of being in a house full of people, but utterly alone. He wasn't angry at them. How could he be? They were the hero's parents and the heroes themselves. They had a sacred duty. But what did that make him? He lowered his head, a single silent tear tracing a path down his cheek. In that moment, the world felt like it was shrinking, the light dimming, the sounds of laughter growing faint. That's when it happened. The tear hit the wooden floorboards, and as he looked down, the grain seemed to sharpen with impossible clarity. The faint chakra residue left by his father's last movements stood out like vibrant green lines. He looked up again, his head snapping toward the living room. The blur of motion from his parents and siblings became a slow, methodical dance. He could see every subtle shift of Minato's weight, every strand of chakra clinging to Kushina's hand. It was too much. The world was too clear, too sharp. He staggered back, stumbling to a small mirror hung on the wall. He stared at his reflection, but it wasn't his reflection anymore. His normal blue eyes were gone. Instead, two red irises, like droplets of blood, swirled with three small, comma-like shapes around a dark pupil. His body trembled, not with fear, but with a profound and bone-deep confusion. He didn't know what this was, but he knew why it had come. It had come because he was alone. It was a visual representation of his solitude, a secret born of his quiet heartbreak. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, and when he looked again, the red was gone, replaced by the familiar blue. The world was fuzzy and indistinct once more. He quickly got back to his room and lay on his bed, pretending to be asleep. But he wasn't. He was just a small boy with a big, new secret. A secret that felt less like a gift and more like a scar. It was a secret born of loneliness, and he knew, with a certainty that only a child's heart can hold, that it was a secret he must never, ever share. He was a ghost in his own home. He spent the days after the awakening of his eyes moving silently, a shadow passing through the sunlit rooms. While his parents were focused on the grueling, chakra-intensive training of their other children, Naruto's education had begun in a different way. He knew what he had to do. He went to the family library, a room filled with scrolls and books his parents had collected over the years. It was a place he was rarely in, as his siblings were the ones being taught history and shinobi theory. He wasn't looking for advanced jutsu. He was just searching for a clue. His 6-year-old fingers, still small and a little clumsy, pulled out a thick book on the great shinobi clans. He flipped through the pages until he found a section on the Uchiha. There it was, a small, crudely drawn illustration of an eye with a single tomo. The text underneath spoke of a Kekkai Genkai, a bloodline limit known as the Sharingan, the copy will eye. It mentioned its ability to see chakra, track movements, and, most importantly, copy jutsu. He read the words, his heart pounding in his chest. A clan-exclusive bloodline. The implication was a heavy weight on his small shoulders. Why did he have it? Was he one of them? A different feeling, even more profound than his loneliness, crept into his mind. Fear. What if his parents found out? Would they see him as a stranger, an interloper? He was already so far removed from them. This felt like an unbridgeable chasm. He didn't understand the complex history of the clans, but he understood the word secret. This was his. His training began that very day, in the same way he had been learning since he could walk. By himself. He couldn't go to the public training grounds, not with his parents and siblings often using them. Instead, he found a small, neglected clearing far from the main road, hidden by thick trees. He took a few books from the library, simple, entry-level scrolls that showed basic academy jutsu and taijutsu forms. He would activate his Sharingan, feeling the familiar, quiet hum of power behind his eyes, and watch the diagrams on the page. Where another child might see a static drawing, Naruto saw a guide. He would practice a basic punch repeatedly, using his eyes to correct the angle of his arm and the position of his feet until it matched the illustration perfectly. He learned a rudimentary genjutsu by simply watching a faint drawing of chakra flow and then mimicking the sensation inside his body. He never managed to hold the jutsu, but the feeling of learning something, of mastering a skill entirely on his own, was a rush of pride he had never experienced before. He also found a new way to interact with his family, albeit from afar. He would sit in a hidden spot and watch Minato and Kushina train Mito and Menma. His Sharingan would track their every movement, analyzing the flow of chakra, the subtle hand seals, and the footwork. He wasn't just watching, he was learning. He was silently, meticulously, and desperately catching up. He was a 6-year-old child, but he had the work ethic of a shinobi twice his age. His motivation was simple yet heartbreaking. He wasn't training to become the Hokage. He wasn't training to get stronger than his siblings. He was training with the hope that one day, he would be strong enough for his parents to finally turn around and see him. A boy with bright blonde hair and, for a little while, eyes as red as the setting sun. The years passed like the turning of a page. Naruto grew, but his silent, solitary existence remained the same. His training continued in secret, a constant hum of effort and quiet desperation. He had mastered the tree climbing and water walking exercises with a terrifying efficiency, his Sharingan allowing him to instinctively correct even the slightest deviation in chakra flow. He had copied dozens of basic taijutsu forms from discarded scrolls and academy training sessions, his movements becoming precise and deadly. but he was still alone. Then, one day, his solitude was interrupted. He was deep in his hidden training ground, practicing a series of taijutsu blocks he had seen in a book. He was focused, his Sharingan active, tracing the invisible lines of his own movements. He didn't hear a twig snap or a leaf rustle. He simply felt a presence, and his eyes instantly flickered to the top of a distant tree. A figure stood there, draped in the dark, high-collared jacket of the Uchiha clan. He was a boy, no more than a few years older than himself, with short, messy black hair and an oddly serene expression. Naruto's Sharingan gave him a brief burst of data, a flicker of powerful chakra, unnaturally fast speed. The boy was Shisui Uchiha, the clan prodigy, and he was looking directly at Naruto's red eyes. Naruto's blood ran cold. He couldn't hide them fast enough. He deactivated his Sharingan, his heart hammering in his chest, ready to bolt. Shisui, however, simply smiled, a genuine, warm curve of his lips. He vanished from the treetop in a gust of wind, only to reappear a moment later, standing calmly in the clearing. He made no sudden moves, his hands resting easily at his sides. "I have to say," Shisui began, his voice calm and melodic, "I've been watching you for a while. You're a very good student, but you're a terrible ghost." Naruto froze, unsure how to respond. His secret was out. All his years of quiet effort, all his loneliness and determination, had been exposed. He braced for a lecture, for a report to his father, for the end of everything he had built for himself. But Shisui simply sat on the ground. "Your parents are busy people," he said, not with malice, but with a simple understanding that made Naruto's chest ache. "I know. It must be hard." Naruto's eyes widened. The stranger saw him. Not the Hokage's son, not the hero's brother, but just him. "You're an Uzumaki. Why do you have the Sharingan?" Shisui asked, his tone not of demand, but of quiet curiosity. Naruto hesitated, but the vulnerability in Shisui's eyes was disarming. I don't know," he confessed, his voice barely a whisper. "It just appeared. When I was really sad." Shisui nodded slowly, a faraway look in his eyes. "That's how it is for us. We awaken it through profound pain. And if there's one thing I know about you, Naruto, it's that you carry a lot of pain." He reached out a hand. "I won't tell anyone. It's our secret. But you can't keep training on your own." Naruto looked at the outstretched hand, his small body trembling. The world had always felt so cold and so vast. But in this one moment, with this stranger, he felt a spark of hope. Shisui became the older brother he never had. Their training sessions were a world apart from Naruto's solitary efforts. Shisui would teach him the subtleties of chakra control, how to use the Sharingan not just to see, but to think. He taught Naruto the body flicker technique, explaining the delicate dance of chakra and movement that allowed him to move at speeds beyond the human eye. Naruto, with his Sharingan, learned it in a matter of weeks, his body and mind working in perfect focus synergy. Shisui also taught him how to use his eyes as a defense against illusions and as a tool for prediction, analyzing an opponent's every subtle twitch and shift. The training was hard, brutal, and often pushed Naruto to his limits, but it was also filled with a warmth he had never known. For the first time, someone was teaching him, guiding him, and believing in him. He was still alone in his family, a secret that no one would ever know. But now, when he activated his Sharingan and saw the world in perfect, analytical detail, he didn't feel the sting of loneliness. He felt the quiet, powerful confidence that came from knowing he had a purpose, a friend, and a master who saw him for exactly who he was. A year had passed, and the boy who had once longed for attention had been replaced by a quiet, detached young man. The loneliness had not broken Naruto. It had forged him into something hard and unyielding. His voice was a calm murmur, his face a placid mask. He moved through his home as if he were a visitor, an observer, and his family, in their endless preoccupation, had become too accustomed to his silent presence to even notice. Naruto entered the kitchen, his footsteps making no sound on the tile. His father, Minato, was quickly grabbing a snack before heading back to the Hokage's office, papers already clutched in his hand. Minato smiled, a warm but distant expression.
Ah, Naruto.
"How was your day? Everything going well?" Naruto didn't pause as he moved to the cupboards. It was fine. Good. Good, Minato replied, his attention already back on a document. He was halfway out the door when Naruto's voice stopped him. The seal on your chakra paper is flawed. It'll bleed in the rain. Minato froze. He looked at the paper, then back at Naruto, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He quickly adjusted the seal, a new wave of respect for his son's observation skills washing over him. Right? Thanks, Naruto. I'll see you later. He didn't notice the way Naruto's face remained blank, or the fact that he was already gone, having returned to the silence of his room. Exhausted siblings Menma stumbled into the house, his clothes torn and his body covered in bruises. He threw his bag to the floor with a groan, collapsing onto the couch. Dad and Mom are training us to exhaustion. I think I'm going to pass out. Mito, her hair still wet from a quick shower, sat next to him. Tell me about it. We can't even get the new jutsu right. They both looked at Naruto, who was calmly reading a book, his back to them. Naruto, Menma sighed. You're so lucky. You don't have to deal with all this. It's so much pressure. Naruto simply turned a page. Yes, Mito shot Menma a look that said he's in one of his moods. They were too tired to try and engage him further, so they simply fell into a weary silence, assuming his quietness was just a quirk, a part of who he was. Kakashi was visiting the house for a rare, quiet dinner. The silence was thick and palpable. He watched as Naruto sat at the table, eating meticulously, but completely separate from the family's conversation. Finally, Kakashi broke the quiet. He grabbed Naruto's arm, pulling him away from the table. Naruto, we need to talk. He led Naruto to the porch, his voice low and concerned. Naruto, I know things are hard, but you can't be like this. They're trying their best. Your parents are the Hokage and the hero who sealed the Nine Tails. The village depends on them. You have to be more understanding. Naruto calmly pulled his arm away. I understand everything, Kakashi-sensei. I understand why they do what they do. I understand that Mito and Menma are more important. You don't need to explain it to me. It's not about being more important, Kakashi started, but Naruto's cold, calm tone cut him off. I'm not angry, he said, and the truth of it was more chilling than any rage could have been. I'm not sad. I'm not anything. It is what it is. Kakashi stared at him, speechless. This wasn't the lonely child he expected to see. It was a person who had already given up on being seen. He had no response to this quiet, profound detachment. The next day, Kakashi found Naruto at a secluded training ground, one he had never seen the boy use before. He was practicing a complex series of hand-to-hand combat forms, his movements fluid and precise. Kakashi's lone eye widened slightly, impressed by the flawless technique. This wasn't something you learned from an academy scroll. He recognized the speed and economy of motion. It was the mark of a prodigy. Naruto, still and silent as ever, continued his training without acknowledging him. He didn't even turn his head. Kakashi walked over and sat on the ground a few feet away, leaning back against a tree. He didn't offer a word of praise or criticism. He simply watched. For nearly an hour, the only sounds were the soft thud of Naruto's feet on the grass and the rustle of leaves in the wind. Finally, when Naruto finished his routine, he stopped and looked at Kakashi, his expression unreadable. I won't tell them, Kakashi said, his voice quiet, devoid of the patronizing tone from the night before. About your abilities. I can see you've been working hard. You're very good. Naruto's eyes remained blank, but his body language was wary. He crossed his arms over his chest, a silent question in his posture. Kakashi pulled out a small kunai and began tossing it from hand to hand. You know, when I was a kid, my father was a hero, the White Fang of Konoha, but he was misunderstood. And when he died, everyone shunned me. Naruto's gaze flickered. This wasn't what he expected. I was alone, completely alone. Kakashi continued, his voice soft, almost a confession. I had friends, teammates, but they couldn't understand. I had to learn to rely only on myself, to shut everything out to protect myself from the pain. He finally looked at Naruto, his gaze direct and empathetic. The difference is you have a family, and you're still alone. Naruto didn't say anything, but the wall he had built, a wall of calm detachment, seemed to crack, just for a moment. He looked down, and Kakashi saw a flicker of the lonely child from years ago in his eyes. "They're not bad people, Naruto," Kakashi said. "They're just oblivious. But that doesn't make your pain any less real. I can see it. You don't have to carry it by yourself. You don't have to tell me anything, but I can be here, even if it's just to sit in silence." Naruto looked up at him, a flicker of raw vulnerability in his eyes. He had no words. He didn't know how to respond to this unexpected kindness. No one had ever offered him a hand without an agenda. He simply turned and walked back to his training. But this time, he didn't put as much distance between them. The message was clear. He hadn't accepted the offer, not fully, but he hadn't rejected it either. Kakashi sat there for a long time, watching the boy train in silence. For the first time, he felt he had reached a small part of the boy, and in his own heart, he felt a new kind of duty, to protect this lonely child from the very people who were supposed to protect him. The silence was a palpable thing, heavy with the weight of the secret they now shared. Kakashi stared at Naruto's Sharingan, his mind racing to process the impossible sight. After a long moment, Naruto deactivated his eyes, the red giving way to the familiar blue. "Shursui said my Sharingan is special," Naruto said, his voice quiet. "He said it has more power than it should, especially in Genjutsu." Kakashi's shock turned to a profound, contemplative silence. Shursui's words were not to be taken lightly. Shursui was the genius of the Uchiha clan, a master of illusion so powerful he was known as Shursui of the Body Flicker. For him to make such a statement about a child's Sharingan. "He's right," Kakashi said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The Sharingan's power isn't just in the eyes themselves. It's amplified by the wielder's chakra. The Uchiha had powerful chakra, but it was specialized. Your Uzumaki chakra is something else entirely. It's vast. It's an ocean." He looked at Naruto, a sense of awe mixed with a deep, bone-deep sorrow. "The power in your eyes is being fed by a limitless well. Your genjutsu won't just be effective. Could be absolute. And the physical strain that cripples other Uchiha when they overuse their eyes? You might not have to worry about it." Naruto's brow furrowed, a rare display of emotion. "Is that a good thing?" Kakashi sighed. "Power isn't good or bad, Naruto. It just is. This makes you a weapon far more dangerous than anyone in this village can comprehend. You're a walking contradiction. A perfect fusion of two of the most powerful bloodlines in history." He placed a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder. "This isn't just about training anymore. This is about control. The power in your eyes is fueled by emotion. You awakened it with your loneliness. If you let yourself become too angry, too resentful, it could twist you. That's a different kind of burden. One that no Uchiha has ever had to carry." Naruto just nodded, taking in the information calmly. He was a boy, but in this moment he was also a soldier being briefed on a mission of vital importance. "So," Kakashi concluded, his voice low and firm, "our training just changed. No one can ever know about this. Not your father, not your mother. Not even me in public. We will become ghosts. Because if anyone finds out what you are, you will become a target." He looked at the boy he was supposed to be a big brother to, but who now felt like a kindred spirit, a reflection of his own burdened existence. Naruto had been born with the weight of the world on his shoulders, but now he carried the power to shape it. And Kakashi, for the first time in his life, had found a mission that was truly his own, to protect the boy who had a secret more dangerous than any beast. #flashback and ##. Without a sound, he slid from the branch and dropped lightly to the ground, his movements so effortless they were almost a whisper. He turned and headed for the house, the noise of his family's training fading behind him. He was just about to enter the back door when two figures fell in step behind him. "Naruto, wait up!" Menma called, a faint look of exhaustion on his face. Mito, her expression a mix of concern and fatigue, caught up to him. "Hey, we were just talking. We feel bad that we don't get to train together. We were thinking, maybe we could all train together tomorrow? You could get some pointers from us." Their faces were genuine, their offer sincere. It wasn't pity, not exactly, but an attempt to close a chasm they couldn't even see the full depth of. Naruto paused, his hand on the doorknob. He turned his head and gave them a small, polite smile, a gesture so practiced it had become as natural as breathing. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." Mito and Menma looked at each other, confused. "But we're good, you know. We've learned a lot," Menma offered, his pride showing through his weariness. "We could teach you some stuff." "I know you have," Naruto said calmly, "and I appreciate the offer." He paused, his tone softening just slightly, a gesture to acknowledge their good intentions. "But I have my own training. I'm training with Shursui." The statement hung in the air, a final, polite rejection. Their jaws dropped. Mito's eyes widened. The Shursui? The Uchiha prodigy? But why? Naruto gave them a small shrug, a silent answer that he wouldn't explain. He opened the door and stepped inside, leaving them on the porch, staring after him. Their guilt had been replaced by a new, more complicated feeling: confusion. They couldn't understand why he would choose a stranger over his own family. And Naruto, walking toward his room, felt a familiar and satisfying calm. He no longer felt the need to prove anything to them. He had his own path. He had his own teacher. He had his own secret. And in the quiet solitude of his own world, that was more than enough. The afternoon light filtered through the windows of the Namikaze Uzumaki home, falling upon a table where Minato and Kushina were reviewing scrolls, discussing Menma and Mito's progress. They were beaming with pride. "Their chakra control is getting so much better," Minato said, a smile on his face. "And Mito's chains are almost as strong as yours were at her age." Kushina preened, a playful grin on her face. "Almost, but they're so dedicated, both of them. It makes all the hard work worth it." Just then, Menma and Mito walked into the room, their faces etched with a confused concern. The parents looked up, their warm expressions shifting to one of mild curiosity. "Mom, Dad, we wanted to ask you something," Mito started, her voice uncharacteristically serious. "Yeah," Menma added. "About Naruto." Minato and Kushina's smiles faltered slightly. They hadn't thought about Naruto in a while. He had been so quiet lately, a near-invisible presence in the house. "What about him?" Kushina asked, her voice a little too cheerful. "Is he doing all right?" Menma shifted uncomfortably. "Well, he's fine, but we tried to get him to train with us. We felt bad he's always on his own." Minato nodded. "That's very kind of you, son. But Naruto is a very independent boy." "He said he's already training," Mito interjected, cutting straight to the point. "With Shursui Uchiha." The words hung in the air like a genjutsu, shocking the two adults into silence. Minato's pen dropped from his hand, clattering against the table. Kushina's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine bewilderment in them. "With Shursui?" Kushina repeated, her voice a whisper. That's not possible." "Why not?" Menma asked, genuinely confused. "He said it himself." Minato stood up, his face serious. "Naruto is only 11. Shursui is one of the clan's top operatives. He's been incredibly busy with Umbu missions lately. There's no way he has time to mentor a genin, let alone a boy who hasn't even started at the academy." Mito and Menma exchanged a look. "But why would he lie?" Mito pressed. He looked so calm about it, like it was just a normal thing. The question hung in the air, a cold, sobering reality for the two parents. Minato looked at Kushina, and for the first time in years, he saw a crack in her ever-present smile. They had been so consumed by their duty, by their chosen children, that they had not once considered what their neglected son had been doing. They had simply assumed he was fine. I'll talk to him," Minato said, his voice laced with a confusion that was rapidly turning to a deep-seated guilt. But even as he said the words, he knew. He knew Naruto wouldn't lie. He knew there was something about their youngest son that they had completely missed. And the silence in the room suddenly felt less like peace and more like a void. Later at dinner, the Namikaze Uzumaki dinner table was a picture of a perfect family. Minato and Kushina sat at either end, a warm sense of love and contentment radiating from them. Mito and Menma chattered about their day's training, their voices full of youthful energy. Place was set, but it remained empty. Without a sound, Naruto entered the room. He moved like a whisper carried on the wind, his presence so subtle that no one even noticed him at first. He walked to his seat and settled into it, a ghost at his own family's dinner table. It was only when Kushina went to serve him that she noticed he was already there. "Oh, Naruto, I didn't even see you come in," she said, her voice a little too loud in the sudden silence. Minato cleared his throat, his expression thoughtful. He had been thinking about Mito and Menma's words all day. The doubt had been gnawing at him, a tiny, uncomfortable sliver of reality in his otherwise perfect life. "Naruto," Minato began, his voice surprisingly formal. "Menma and Mito told us you've been training with Shursui. Is that true?" The question was simple, but it hit Naruto with the force of a full-body blow. He froze, his hand halfway to a bowl of rice. A sudden, jarring feeling of surprise crashed through his calm, detached facade. He had truly believed they didn't care, that his life outside of this house was invisible to them. The question was not an accusation. It was the simple, genuine interest of a parent, and it caught him completely off guard. He finally looked up, his blue eyes showing a flicker of raw emotion. Minato seemed to sense the boy's shock. He tried to soften his tone. "Son, we're just a little surprised. Shursui is a very busy shinobi. I wasn't aware you were in contact with him." Naruto's eyes held his father's gaze, and the flicker of surprise hardened into a quiet, cold resolve. After a moment he responded, his voice even and calm. "He found me. He saw that I was teaching myself and offered to help." Kushina leaned forward, her face a mask of confusion. "Why would he do that? He's a prodigy. He must have a reason." "He said that I was a prodigy too," Naruto replied, the words hanging in the air. The unspoken question was clear. "Why didn't you see it?" The atmosphere in the room shifted. It became heavy with unspoken words. The perfect family dinner was over. In its place was a tense silence, a chasm opening up between them. Naruto watched their confused, hurt expressions, and a part of him, the part that had been so starved for recognition, finally snapped. He would show them. He would show them what their neglect had created. He met his father's gaze, the deep blue of his eyes changing, a vibrant, terrifying crimson. A single tomo appeared in each eye, then a second and finally a third. The swirling, three-pronged Sharingan pulsed with a dark, mature energy. Mito and Menma gasped, their faces going pale. Minato stared at the impossible sight, his mind racing. An 11-year-old child with a fully mature, three-tomo Sharingan. It was a feat beyond imagination, a power that even the greatest Uchiha prodigies took years longer to achieve. The Sharingan was the result of a profound emotional shock, and an 11-year-old with a fully awakened one. Kushina's hand flew to her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at her youngest son. The answer to every question she and Minato had ever had, his quiet solitude, his unbelievable independence, his calm, distant nature, was staring them in the face, a terrifying, beautiful, and heartbreaking secret that had been born of their own failures. Kushina's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes welling with tears as she stared at her son. Minato was frozen, his mouth slightly agape, unable to process the sight of the impossible power pulsing in his youngest child's eyes. Mito and Menma were speechless, their faces pale with shock. The laughter and casual conversation of a moment ago had vanished, replaced by a devastating silence. Naruto's eyes held the gaze of each family member, one by one. He saw their fear, their shock, their dawning comprehension. He saw the tears tracing a path down his mother's cheeks. He saw their horror, but he didn't feel any satisfaction. He simply felt nothing. This was the result of their absence, a powerful, cold truth he had lived with for years. "Why are you crying?" he asked, his voice calm, even, and devoid of any discernible emotion. The question hit Kushina like a physical blow. Her shoulders sagged as a sob escaped her lips. She didn't have an answer. How could she explain that her tears were for a lifetime of missed moments, for the son she had never truly seen? She was crying for the little boy who had been in pain, for the 11 years she had been so blind, and for the cold, emotionless young man he had become as a result. Minato stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. He wanted to say something, anything, but the words died in his throat. He was the Hokage, the leader of a village, a man known for his calm under pressure. But in this moment, looking at his son's eyes, he felt a level of profound failure he had never experienced. Naruto simply watched them, his crimson eyes spinning slowly, waiting for a response that would never come. He was a perfect shinobi, a testament to his own strength and resilience. And in his detached, quiet question, he had broken his perfect family. The tears streamed silently down Kushina's cheeks. Minato stood, frozen in place, as the full weight of their failure crashed down on him. The rest of the family stared, speechless. In the face of their devastation, Naruto felt nothing. He saw their reactions as an overreaction, a dramatic display he couldn't comprehend. "Don't get so worked up," Naruto said, his voice even and calm. He deactivated his Sharingan, his eyes returning to their normal blue. Shursui had his fully mature Sharingan at 10, so it's not a big deal. The words landed in the silence like a slap. It wasn't an act of cruelty, but a statement of simple, heartbreaking fact. He wasn't trying to comfort them. He was offering his own perspective, one shaped by his secluded training with a genius of the Uchiha clan. His benchmark for success wasn't the average shinobi, but a legendary prodigy. The casual dismissal of his own feat was more devastating than any angry outburst could have been. Kushina's tears turned to a silent, gut-wrenching sob. The idea that her son was so far removed from their world that he saw an 11-year-old with a fully awakened Sharingan as not a big deal was a truth too painful to bear. She was crying for the life she had given him and for the life she had ignored. Minato's eyes dropped from Naruto's face to his hands, which were clenched into tight fists. He was a man of logic and strategy, but there was no jutsu, no tactic that could fix this. His son wasn't just a boy he had failed to notice. He was a stranger, a ghost in his own home, and now he had the eyes of a ghost. The perfect silence of the dining room was broken only by Kushina's soft sobs. Minato stared at his son, his mind a whirlwind of guilt and regret. The cold, logical part of him was trying to comprehend the impossibility of the Sharingan, while the father in him was reeling from the quiet devastation in Naruto's eyes. Naruto simply watched his mother. The tears in her eyes were the one thing he couldn't completely block out. They were a reminder of how she had carried him in her womb for 9 months and endured unimaginable pain to give him a life. The tears she shed now felt like a betrayal of that struggle. He sighed, the sound not of anger, but of a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. The weight of his loneliness, his secret, and this sudden, painful confrontation was finally taking its toll. "I'm not mad at you," he said, his voice calm and tired. "If anything, I'm just tired." His words hung in the air, more devastating than any furious accusation. They were a simple statement of fact, a truth he had lived with for years. He wasn't a hero, wasn't a monster, wasn't anything but a boy who was utterly, completely, and profoundly exhausted. He looked at his mother, the tears still falling. His cold demeanor, the very thing he had perfected to survive, seemed to be the source of her pain. It was a contradiction he couldn't resolve. He was finally seen, but the seeing was breaking the one person he still held a quiet, unspoken respect for. And for the first time, Naruto wished he could just go back to being a ghost. Kushina's sobs racked her body. Minato was a statue of guilt and shame. The silent, devastating admission from Naruto that he was simply tired had shattered their world. He had given them his truth, a truth that was a direct result of their neglect, and it was more painful than any accusation could have been. Naruto looked at his mother, the tears still falling. His calm facade, the shield he had so meticulously built, began to crack. He had expected anger, fear, or confusion, but the tears were something he hadn't prepared for. He had hated seeing them in his mother's eyes ever since he could remember. Slowly, carefully, he rose from his seat. He walked around the table and knelt beside her chair. The action was so out of character that everyone at the table, Minato, Mito, and Menma, watched in stunned silence. Naruto reached out a hand, a small, uncharacteristic tremor running through it. He gently pulled his sleeve and, with an almost tender gesture, used it to wipe the tears from her cheeks. "Please don't cry," he whispered, his voice so quiet it was barely audible. It was the plea of a little boy, not the voice of the detached young man who had just revealed a forbidden power. Kushina's breath hitched. She looked at his face, at the blue eyes that, for a single moment, held a flicker of the love and innocence she had been so blind to. The dam of her composure broke completely, and she reached out, pulling him into a tight, desperate hug. She didn't have to say anything. Her silent embrace said it all. She was sorry. She was so sorry. And as Naruto felt his mother's arms around him for the first time in years, he didn't tense. He didn't push her away. He just stood there, letting the cold walls he had built around his heart begin to thaw in the warmth of a long-overdue embrace. The Sharingan, the secret training, the emotional distance, all of it faded for a single precious moment. He was just a boy, and in his mother's arms, he was finally seen. Next day at Asedmi, the Konoha Academy was a cacophony of sound and energy, a stark contrast to the quiet of the Namikaze Uzumaki home. Genin hopefuls ran, shouted, and sparred, their youthful exuberance a vibrant display of life. But for Naruto, it was just another stage. He sat alone at the edge of the training field, a textbook on basic jutsu open on his lap, his expression placid and unreadable. He had already mastered all of it and more. He was here because it was a requirement, not because he needed to be. He was an anomaly. His siblings, Mito and Menma, were the center of a swirling vortex of students and attention, their prowess on full display. They were the heroes, the prodigies, the children of the Hokage. But Naruto was a ghost, and the other students, accustomed to his silence, barely registered his presence. The only one who did was a boy with spiky brown hair and an perpetually bored expression. Shikamaru Nara, a lazy genius who found most of the world to be a troublesome chore, was sitting under a tree, staring at the clouds. He was the only person who seemed to understand Naruto's quietness. "Hey!" Shikamaru said, his voice a low drone. Naruto didn't look up from his book. "Hey! Your old man looked pretty spaced out today," Shikamaru observed, not with curiosity, but with a simple, detached observation. "Troublesome." Naruto closed his book, placing it on the ground beside him. He looked up at the clouds. "He's just figuring things out." Shikamaru gave a soft grunt of acknowledgement. He didn't ask what or why. He understood that some things were too complicated for simple words. He was a master of observation, seeing the patterns in people just as he saw them in the clouds. He saw Naruto not as the Hokage's neglected son, but as an island of calm in a sea of chaos. "Training later?" Naruto asked. "Sure. My place," Shikamaru replied, his voice still a low drawl. "My mom wants me to stop being a bum." "What a drag." Naruto gave a small, almost imperceptible smile. It was their ritual. Their training was a mix of strategy games and quiet, focused combat, an intellectual chess match played out with shuriken and kunai. It was a world they had built for themselves, a quiet refuge from the noise and expectations of the world outside. He looked back at the bustling training ground, at the animated forms of his siblings, and he felt a profound sense of peace. He had his own path, his own friends, and his own secrets. He wasn't the boy who desperately craved attention anymore. He was a different kind of ninja, a ghost who was silently learning how to wield his darkness, and he was okay with that. After Asedmi, he went to Shursue's home. Naruto's heart was pounding, faster than it ever was, sounding too loud in the eerie silence of the surrounding. He was feeling too uneasy. Shursue had been sick, but he said he's fine, a lie Naruto quickly detected. When he reached Shursue's apartment, he didn't find any trace of Shursue. His heart was pounding faster than before. It felt like it'll burst out. He must be busy with Umbu mission. The excuse sounded hollow to his own ears, and then he found a neatly folded letter and a scroll at Shursue's bedroom. The scroll had a special seal that can only be opened by Naruto's blood, and that made it only worse. Shursue wanted only Naruto to have this, and something inside Naruto said that he didn't want it to know what's inside the letter, but still he went and read the letter. "Dear Naruto, by the time you find this letter, I'll be long gone, and I kinda suck at final words, 'cause they are final, you know? Got it? Well, back to topic. The truth is I have an incurable chakra illness, ever since I awoke my Mangekyo Sharingan. But don't worry, a part of me will always be with you. There are so many things I wanted to do, like becoming your Jonin sensei, embarrass you on your dates, and be there to help you, but I guess it won't be possible now, but hey, I'll be still watching you from above, and I want to see you become a shinobi greater me. But hey, my Jinjutsu is still better, and one more important thing. I have left my eyes in a scroll for you. And if you ever awaken your MS, transplant your eyes with mine to gain eternal Mangenkyo Sharingan. Good luck, lil bro. Naruto was crying, but there was no sound, just silent tears. His Sharingan spun faster and morphed into an 8-pointed shuriken. As his eyes started to bleed, and he fell unconscious. Next day, hashtag. Awakening in a new reality, the first thing Naruto registered was the sterile scent of antiseptic. The second was the soft, rhythmic beeping of a medical machine beside his bed. He opened his eyes, blinking against the harsh, white light of a hospital room. His head throbbed, and his entire body felt like it had been run over by a steamroller. A figure was standing at the foot of his bed, holding a clipboard. She had long, blonde hair tied back and a diamond-shaped marking on her forehead. It was Tsunade the Slug Sannin. Her expression was a mix of intense focus and a deep, weary concern. She was a professional shinobi, but her gaze held the wisdom of a woman who had seen and healed more trauma than anyone. She didn't react to his waking immediately. She simply jotted a final note on her clipboard before looking at him. Your chakra pathways are in disarray, she said, her voice calm and clinical. It's the kind of strain a body takes when it tries to hold a power it isn't ready for. I've also noted some severe mental trauma. Your mind is fighting to reconcile with something. Naruto's brow furrowed. He remembered the letter, the words, the silent, falling tears. He remembered a cold, hollow ache in his chest, and then a searing, blinding pain behind his eyes as his Sharingan evolved. He instinctively reached up, touching his eyes, which felt heavy and raw. How did I get here? He asked, his voice a dry rasp. Tsunade set the clipboard down on a nearby counter. She folded her arms, her gaze never leaving his. That would be your brother, Menma. He found you collapsed at an Uchiha apartment. He was frantic. He brought you here as fast as he could, and he hasn't left the waiting room since we started treating you. Naruto's placid mask slipped for a brief, shattering moment. Menma, the loud, boisterous, overachieving twin, the hero. He was the one who found him. The idea didn't fit into the simple, detached worldview he had meticulously built for himself. Menma was supposed to be preoccupied, too busy with his own life to notice a ghost. But he had. He had seen him and he had saved him. The fact was more painful than the physical exhaustion. It was a new truth that forced its way through his carefully constructed walls. He was seen, not out of pity, but out of genuine, panicked concern. And he had his brother to thank for it. The hospital room was quiet, save for the soft beeping of the medical machine. Naruto lay in the bed, his face a placid mask of indifference as he spoke to Tsunade. He had just acted oblivious to her medical concerns, and her frustration was beginning to show. She knew his emotional distance wasn't a medical condition she could simply heal. It was a wound that had festered over years. I need to make a call, Tsunade said, her voice firm. She left the room, her movements swift and purposeful. She found Minato pacing the hallway, Jiraiya sitting on a bench with a concerned expression, and Kushina holding the hands of Mito and Menma. I can't get through to him, Tsunade stated bluntly. He's putting up a wall so thick it's impenetrable. He's suffering from immense mental and emotional trauma, but he refuses to acknowledge it. I need you all to go in there and talk to him. Jiraiya sighed, running a hand through his white hair. My godson, always a handful. He's not being a handful, Kushina said, her voice trembling. He's hurting, and it's our fault. She looked at Minato, whose face was etched with a quiet, profound guilt. They had talked all night, and the reality of their neglect was a physical weight. Minato nodded. Go in. I'll be in there in a minute. Kushina led the way, with Mito and Menma following her. Naruto looked up as they entered, his face still unreadable. Kushina rushed to his side and wrapped him in a hug, her body shaking with silent sobs. Naruto, please just talk to us, she whispered, her voice muffled by his shoulder. Tell us what's wrong. Naruto remained still in her embrace, his hands limp at his sides. Nothing is wrong, he said, his voice a quiet, calm monotone. I'm just tired. Menma and Mito stood awkwardly at the foot of the bed. We're worried about you, Menma said, his voice laced with genuine concern. You fainted. We've never seen you do that. Naruto simply turned his head. I just pushed myself too hard. It happens. Just then, Minato and Jiraiya walked in. Jiraiya gave a soft, knowing look to Minato before stepping forward. Naruto, my boy. Jiraiya boomed, trying to break the tension. You scared us all. I was just telling Minato you've got to stop trying to be the coolest shinobi. That's my job. Naruto offered a small, polite smile. Yes, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya's joke fell flat. Naruto's response was a formality, a sign of respect, but there was no warmth in it. The boy was a stranger. Minato finally walked over to the bed, the weight of the Hokage's burden, and the even greater weight of a father's failure on his shoulders. He looked into his son's blue eyes he now knew held an even more profound secret. He was the only other person in the room who knew about Shirsue's death. He saw not just the emotional detachment but the raw, unexpressed grief. He saw himself in his son, a man who had also lost everything and built a wall around his heart to survive. Naruto, Minato said, his voice low and serious. We are here. We're not going anywhere. We will wait for you to talk to us, however long it takes. Naruto's expression didn't change, but he met his father's gaze. In the silent understanding that passed between them, Minato knew his son was grieving for the boy who had been a brother to him. He was grieving alone, not out of choice, but out of necessity. And in his silent, sorrowful eyes, Minato knew that it would take more than just words to bring him back. It would take a miracle. Minato's voice, heavy with guilt and honesty, had ended on a silent plea. The family was a tableau of pain and regret, all eyes on the boy in the hospital bed. They had offered him love, understanding, and a promise to wait. But he had remained unresponsive, his emotional walls as high and unbreachable as ever. Then, slowly, Naruto turned his head. His eyes, clear and blue, settled on Menma. It was the first time he had truly looked at his brother since the conversation began. Thank you, Naruto said, his voice a low, even whisper. Menma's shoulders stiffened, caught completely off guard. He had been so worried, so frantic, that he hadn't thought about what to say once his brother was awake. He stammered for a moment before the simple truth came out. Don't mention it. You looked like you were in trouble. You could have just left me, Naruto continued, his voice calm, but with an undercurrent of something that sounded like wonder. Nobody would have known. That's not what family does, Menma replied, his voice firm, a newfound maturity in his tone. He looked at his brother with no pity, only a quiet, resolute concern. The simple exchange was a flash of lightning in the tense silence of the room. It was not a grand act of forgiveness or an emotional outburst, but a quiet, profound moment of connection. Minato and Kushina watched, tears welling in their eyes, as they saw a tiny crack form in the wall around their son's heart. It was a sign that the boy they had failed was not entirely gone. There was a path back, a glimmer of a way to mend the family that had been shattered by a secret born of their own neglect. The small, quiet act of gratitude hung in the air, a fragile truce in a war of silent pain. Minato and Kushina watched, a desperate hope flickering in their hearts. Menma's simple words about what family does seemed to resonate, a truth spoken in innocence. Then, Naruto turned his gaze from Menma to the rest of the family. His eyes, though clear and blue, were devoid of the warmth they craved. His voice was a quiet whisper that shattered the fragile moment. Family are we? He asked, the words holding no anger, only a profound, heartbreaking uncertainty. The question was a blade, sharp and precise. It cut through the silence and the unspoken apologies, forcing them all to confront the full scope of their failure. Menma's face fell. He had used the word without thought, but now, faced with his brother's quiet challenge, he had no answer. Kushina's breath hitched, the hope she had just felt turning into a fresh wave of tears. The question wasn't an accusation, but a simple fact. Naruto had survived for 11 years without them acting like a family. How could they claim the title now? Minato stood in the middle of the room, looking at his son. He was the Hokage, a leader who had made countless impossible decisions for his village. But this one question, from the boy who had once longed for his attention, left him utterly speechless. Next day, the sun was beginning to set over Konoha, painting the sky in warm hues of orange and red. Mito and Naruto sat side by side on a bench in a quiet park, watching the light fade. It was an unspoken ritual they had started, a small part of her effort to bridge the chasm between them. For a long time, the only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves in the evening breeze. Mito finally broke the silence, her voice soft and hesitant. You know, when we were little, I always thought you were mad at us. Naruto didn't look at her. I wasn't. I know that now, she said, a sad smile on her face. But you're so quiet. It's like you're living in a different world. Naruto didn't respond immediately. He watched a single leaf detach from a branch and spiral to the ground. It's not a different world, he said, his voice a low, calm murmur. It's just quiet. Mito nodded, thinking. She was trying to find the words, to understand a feeling she couldn't articulate. Menma and I, we have so much energy. We have so much of the Ninetales chakra. We're always trying to control it, to keep it from running wild. She paused, looking at her brother. You're so calm. Is that something you had to learn? Naruto finally looked at her, his blue eyes holding a wisdom far beyond his years. He didn't answer with words. Instead, he simply activated his Sharingan. The Tomo spun to life, and in that instant, Mito's mind filled with a surge of images. An empty training ground, a boy meticulously practicing, a single kunai spinning through the air in a perfect arc. The images were not of rage or anger, but of a profound and solitary determination. She gasped, but not in fear. She was simply stunned. He deactivated his eyes just as quickly, and the world returned to normal. It's easier to stay calm, he said, his voice still low, when you don't have anyone to show off for. Mito stared at him, tears welling in her eyes. He had just answered her question without a single word. He had not learned to be calm. He had been forced to. The quietness she had always admired was a shield forged in his loneliness. He had not been mad at them. He had simply been on his own all along. A single tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. Naruto watched it fall. This was new territory for him. His life had been one of quiet observation and strategic calculation. He knew how to predict a jutsu, how to analyze a fighting style, but he had no data on how to handle tears. His instinct was to stay quiet, but his new resolve, his clumsy effort to mend their relationship, pushed him to act. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, folded handkerchief. He held it out to her, his hand steady, his face an impassive mask. Here, he said, his voice flat. They make your eyes swell up. Mito took the handkerchief, a small, sad sob escaping her lips. He had done his best. His mind, so brilliant at breaking down complex shinobi techniques, was utterly lost when faced with a simple display of human emotion. He didn't know how to comfort her, only how to provide a logical solution to the physical problem of crying. Naruto, seeing that the handkerchief had not stopped the tears, tried a different approach. He cleared his throat. There's no reason to be upset, he said, his voice still calm and rational. I'm not mad at you. It's just a thing I have. His words, meant to be comforting, landed with the weight of cold, hard stone. They were true, but they missed the point entirely. She wasn't crying because he was mad. She was crying because she finally saw the profound loneliness that had shaped him. Mito didn't reply. She just sat there, clutching the handkerchief, her sobs now quiet, but no less painful. Naruto, defeated by this foreign, illogical thing called emotion, simply sat beside her. He didn't try to speak again. He didn't know what to say, but he didn't leave. He simply stayed, a silent, awkward presence, the only comfort he knew how to provide. Naruto watched his sister cry, the sight of her pain a foreign feeling he couldn't process. His clumsy words had failed. He sighed, abandoning his logical mind. Acting on a simple, raw instinct, he reached out and wrapped his arms around her, holding her in a quiet, uncertain hug. Time skipped 2 years. The Namikaze Uzumaki family dinner table was no longer a stage for unspoken regret. It was simply a table where a family ate. The silence was still present, but it was less suffocating, filled now with the quiet understanding of a long road ahead. Kushina placed a large bowl of ramen in front of Naruto. It wasn't the boisterous, loud affair she used to make, but a simple, heartfelt meal. She had spent the last 2 years learning his quiet tells, his subtle preferences, and the simple way he liked his food. "It's just the way you like it," she said, her voice soft. Naruto looked up from his bowl. He met her gaze for a moment, and his lips curved into the smallest, most private of smiles. "Thank you, Mom," he said, his voice a low, calm murmur. Kushina's breath hitched, and she squeezed her eyes shut, a single tear escaping. It was the first time he had called her that in years, and the simple word, spoken so quietly, meant more to her than any apology. Menma, who had been chatting with his father about a new training regimen, turned to Naruto. "Hey, you were there for our last session. You think you could have figured out that jutsu faster than me?" he asked, a hint of friendly competition in his voice. Naruto paused his meal. He didn't brag or boast. He simply answered, "It's a 2-stage jutsu. You were focusing on the chakra flow for the second part before the first part was complete. It's about a complete cycle, not 2 halves." Menma stared at him, his mouth slightly agape. He had spent hours on that jutsu, and Naruto had just broken it down in a single sentence. You were watching?" he asked, a mix of awe and surprise in his voice. Naruto gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug, and then went back to his ramen. The simple act of providing that insight, of engaging with his brother's world, was a testament to how far they had come. He was no longer a ghost in their lives. He was simply Naruto, quietly, slowly, and painstakingly finding his way back to them. Team 12. A new family. The air in the academy classroom hummed with the electric energy of freshly graduated genin. Students buzzed with anticipation, their eyes darting around the room, hoping to be placed with their friends. Naruto, however, sat in the back, his posture calm and his face unreadable. He had his own reasons for hoping for a good team, a quiet willingness to try and make connections. Irika-sensei, beaming with pride, stood at the front and began reading the team placements. The names blurred together for Naruto, a list of familiar faces and destined partnerships. Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Isamu Uchiha. Your sensei will be Itachi Uchiha. A few whispers of awe went through the room. Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Your sensei is Kurenai Yuhi. Team 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Your sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. Naruto felt a small sense of relief. His only true friend would still be close by. Then came the announcement for his siblings. Team 11. Menma Namikaze Uzumaki, Mito Namikaze Uzumaki, and Yakumo Kurama. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hitaki. The cheers for the Hokage's children filled the room. Finally, only a few students remained, including Naruto. And finally, Team 12. Naruto Uzumaki, Kagami Uchiha, and Yuki. Irika paused, his gaze softening as he looked at the last girl on the list. She was a pale, quiet girl with startling gray eyes, a foreign exchange student from the land of water. She was a survivor of a brutal bloodline purge, the sole member of a clan of ice release users. Your sensei will be here shortly. Dismissed. The room emptied in a rush of noise, leaving the 3 of them behind. Naruto, Yuki, and Kagami sat in silence, each an island in a sea of empty desks. Moments later, a man stepped into the room. He was tall, with long, dark hair and piercing golden eyes, but his expression was soft, almost grandfatherly. He offered a gentle smile that reached his eyes, a profound contrast to his reputation. "Hello," he said, his voice as smooth as silk. "I'm Orochimaru, and I'm your sensei." He walked to the front of the class, his gaze settling on each of them in turn. His eyes lingered on Yuki, but not with cold scientific curiosity. There was a deep, empathetic sadness in his gaze, a silent understanding of her past. He had also been a child alone in the world, and he saw a reflection of himself in her. "I have already heard a great deal about you," he said. Naruto Uzumaki, a boy with an incredible spirit, Kagami Uchiha, a gifted mind, and Yuki, a young woman with a beautiful, unique gift. His words made them feel not like new shinobi, but like children in the presence of a kind guardian. You will meet me on training ground 3 later this afternoon, he said, his voice a calm and encouraging presence. We will not be doing a test. We will simply be talking. I am here to help you not only become great shinobi, but to become a great team. I look forward to it. He gave them another warm smile before leaving the room, leaving behind a profound sense of quiet hope. The sun was a warm weight on training ground 3. The clearing, surrounded by a thick circle of trees, was silent save for the occasional bird song. Orochimaru stood at the center of the field, his smile gentle and reassuring. Naruto, Kagami, and Yuki sat on the grass in a small, tense triangle. All right, let's begin, Orochimaru said, his voice as smooth as silk. Before we test your skills, we must first learn to understand each other. This is the foundation of every great team. So, let's start with a simple question. What do you like? What do you dislike? And what is your dream? He looked at Naruto, a quiet, knowing look in his golden eyes. I don't have a particular liking for anything, Naruto said, his voice calm and even. As for dislikes, I have many, but I particularly dislike unreasonable people and those who are too stupid to comprehend the greater picture. His words were delivered without a hint of emotion. My dream is to leave the world slightly better than it already was. The statement was profound in its meaning. Those weren't the word of a child. No, those were the words of a person who has saw pain, felt pain, and learned to forgive. Orochimaru nodded, a deep, silent understanding passing between them. He then looked at Kagami, a girl whose pride was as visible as her Uchiha symbol. I like training and my little brother. Sasuke, Kagami said, her voice firm and clear. I dislike those who think their power makes them better than everyone else. My dream is to become a shinobi strong enough to protect my family, and to make the Uchiha clan known for something other than its pride. Orochimaru gave a small smile. A noble goal. His gaze then settled on the last member of the team. Yuki was a small, timid girl, her hands clasped in her lap. Her eyes were a stunning shade of gray, the color of a winter sky, and they darted nervously from Kagami to Naruto. It's all right, Yuki, Orochimaru said, his voice gentle. There are no wrong answers here. Yuki took a deep breath, her hands clenching into fists. I like sweet food, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I dislike people who hurt others. Her eyes filled with a sad, distant memory. She paused, and her voice became a little stronger. And my dream is to find a family, one that won't leave me again. The air around them grew still, the silence now filled not with tension, but with a shared understanding. Each of them, in their own way, was searching for a place to belong. Orochimaru looked at his new team, 3 young shinobi who had all been given immense power but had lost so much. He knew this would be his greatest challenge, but he also knew it would be his most important one. Orochimaru stood at the center of the training ground, 2 small silver bells glinting in the afternoon sun. He held them out, a gentle, knowing smile on his face. You have until sundown to take a bell from me, he said, his voice a low hum. The one who succeeds will pass. Those who fail will return to the academy. Ready? Start. The moment the last word left his lips, a gust of wind carried a lone crow into the clearing. It had no sound, no presence, yet it drew Orochimaru's attention immediately. Its single, blood-red Sharingan spun, and in that instant, Orochimaru froze, his expression blank as he was locked in a powerful jinjutsu. Before Kagami and Yuki could even register what was happening, Naruto was already in motion. His movements were a blur, a whisper of wind. He grabbed Yuki's arm and a handful of Kagami's jacket, and in a single, fluid motion, he flickered out of existence. They reappeared at the edge of the forest, the suddenness of the shift leaving Kagami and Yuki gasping for air. They stared at Naruto, a mixture of shock and confusion etched on their faces. The boy who was supposed to be a quiet, unremarkable ninja had just moved them with a high-level technique. What was that? Kagami whispered, her eyes wide. How? Naruto didn't answer. His expression was as placid as ever. He simply looked at Orochimaru, who was still locked in the crow's illusion. He's a Sannin. We need a plan. He's expecting us to attack him one-on-one. He then looked at his teammates, his gaze calm and unwavering. Yuki, you'll go in first. Use your ice release to create a diversion and trap him. He'll be expecting a physical attack. Yuki, still shaken, nodded slowly. And you, Naruto? I'll follow up with my Jinjutsu. Naruto's eyes held no emotion, but his plan was cold and logical. It's not as powerful as the crow's, but it will disorient him long enough for Kagami to get in close. He looked at Kagami, a flicker of trust in his eyes. You're fast and precise. You'll take the bells. The objective is to work together. Kagami stared at him, stunned. He had already analyzed their strengths and had a flawless, foolproof plan. The quiet boy who sat in the back of the class was a tactical genius, a ghost who saw everything, and he was counting on them to play their part. By the time Naruto finished explaining, Orochimaru has already broke free from the Genjutsu. But just as he was back in the real world, Yuki's attack began. She unleashed a flurry of ice shuriken, their sharp edges glinting as they flew through the air. Orochimaru sidestepped them with an amused ease, but then Yuki stomped her foot, and a large wall of jagged ice erupted from the ground between them, forcing him to leap to the side. Not bad, Yuki-chan, he said, his voice light. He was holding back, his every movement a gentle feint. His speed reduced to that of a normal jonin. He was fighting to test them, not to defeat them. Just as he dodged the last shard of ice, a strange, low hum filled the air. Naruto, still hidden at the edge of the forest, had activated a Genjutsu. The world around Orochimaru shifted, the colors blurring into a nauseating haze. It wasn't powerful enough to hold him for long, but it was a perfect distraction. Kagami, a blur of motion, sprinted in for the bells. She was fast, her hand a perfect blur of motion, but Orochimaru was faster. He simply raised his hand, and the bells clinked against his open palm. She had failed, but just as her face fell in defeat, another crow, this one completely unnoticeable, swooped down from the trees. It snatched a bell and flew to where Naruto was hidden. My sincerest apologies, Kagami-chan, Orochimaru said with a light smile. I believe the bell belongs to your teammate. The test was over. The bell was in Naruto's hands, a quiet victory for a brilliant plan. Naruto dropped silently to the ground, the small silver bell clutched in his hand. The crow, its work done, vanished in a puff of smoke. He met his sensei's golden gaze, his face as placid as ever, even as his two teammates stared at him in silent awe. So, did we pass? Naruto asked, his voice calm and direct. Orochimaru's smile widened, a hint of genuine pride in his eyes. You didn't just pass, he said, his voice a low hum of approval. You are the first team to ever truly grasp the meaning of this test. A shinobi's greatest weapon isn't their jutsu, but their ability to work together and think beyond the obvious. He looked from Kagami and Yuki, who were still processing the flawless execution of a plan they had no idea existed, to Naruto. You understood that the true objective was not to take the bell, but to work as a team. Orochimaru nodded, his eyes lingering on the bell in Naruto's hand. Yes, you passed. All three of you. Orochimaru gave them a final, warm smile. You have all passed the test. Rest up. Your journey has just begun. With that, he vanished with a rustle of leaves, leaving the three young genin alone in the quiet clearing. The silence that followed was different now. It was no longer filled with the tension of a test, but with the awkwardness of newfound understanding. Yuki fidgeted, her hands clasped in front of her. She took a deep breath, her voice barely a whisper. Would you two, maybe, like to hang out? I could buy you some sweet food. She looked at them, her eyes full of the quiet fear of rejection. Naruto's face, so recently a mask of calm strategy, softened. He saw the genuine, timid hope in her eyes and recognized a loneliness that he had spent years trying to conceal. Yeah, Naruto said, his voice surprisingly gentle and kind. I'd like that. Thank you. Kagami stared at Naruto, a new kind of shock settling in. She had just seen him demonstrate tactical genius beyond her comprehension, and now he was being kind. To her, Naruto had always been just a quiet kid, another face in the crowd. Seeing him offer comfort, without a moment of hesitation, was completely unexpected. She had seen him as an emotionless tactician, but this was a whole new side to him. Yeah, of course, Kagami said, her voice a little flustered. Let's go. I know a great dango place. The three of them walked toward the village, the last rays of sunlight casting long shadows behind them. They were no longer a team of strangers, but three individuals, all a little broken, who had just found a quiet, new reason to belong. The late afternoon sun cast long, lazy shadows across the streets of Konoha. Team 12, their first mission assigned but not yet started, decided to grab a bite to eat. They found a quiet ramen stand and settled in, the steam from their bowls a warm haze in the cool air. Yuki, clutching her bowl, took a small bite, her eyes wide with simple delight. "It's so sweet," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the clatter of bowls. "I've never had a village with so many sweet things." Kagami, a quiet strength in her posture, ate in silence for a moment before turning her piercing Uchiha gaze on Naruto. "Why?" she asked, her voice direct. Naruto didn't look up from his ramen. He knew what she was asking. It wasn't about the food. It was about him, about the paradox of his genius and his emotional distance. "Why were you like that?" Kagami clarified, her voice softening slightly. "In the academy, you were just a ghost. How could you see everything and know so much, but be so quiet?" Naruto took a sip of his broth, his expression calm. "It's easier to see the whole picture," he said, "when you're not in the middle of it. When you're a part of something, you lose your objectivity. When you're outside of it, you can see things others miss." He didn't say he had been outside of it for his entire life. He didn't have to. The quiet sadness in his eyes said it all. Kagami simply nodded, a new understanding settling over her. Naruto was not an emo kid. He was a strategist who had been given a cruel advantage, years of complete detachment. She looked at Yuki, who was now smiling to herself as she ate. "It's good that you're here, with us," Yuki said quietly, her voice still timid but with a hint of newfound confidence. Naruto's lips curved into a small, almost imperceptible smile. "Yes," he said, "it is. ## reports to the Hokage ##. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was tense and professional. Minato sat behind his desk, his expression a mix of official authority and a deep, personal anxiety. Before him stood the Jonin sensei of the new Genin teams, ready to deliver their reports. First was Itachi Uchiha, his face as calm and expressionless as ever. "Team 7 has passed," he stated, his voice even. Sasuke, Sakura, and Isamu demonstrated excellent teamwork. Their collaboration was efficient and effective. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Sasuke's rivalry with Naruto, while initially a distraction, was a powerful motivator. It is a tool that can be used. Kurenai Yuhi stepped forward next. Team 8 has also passed. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino worked together flawlessly. They used their sensory and tracking abilities to outsmart me. Their teamwork is intuitive and solid. Asuma Sarutobi took a long drag from his cigarette before speaking. Team 10 passed, though not without some encouragement. Choji, Ino, and Shikamaru are a handful, but they proved that the Ino-Shikacho formation is as effective as ever. They passed, reluctantly but surely, after Shikamaru figured out the trick. Then, Kakashi Hatake, the Hokage's personal student, stepped forward. Team 11 passed, he said simply. Menma and Mito are exceptionally talented, and their control over the Nine-Tails chakra is remarkable. Yakumo Kurama's Genjutsu abilities are already on a high level. However, he paused, his single eye taking on a serious expression. They relied too heavily on their individual strengths and need to learn to support each other without their inherent talents as a crutch. Minato nodded, his face solemn. He had expected as much. Finally, Orochimaru stepped forward. He stood before the Hokage with a gentle, reassuring smile that made Minato feel a deep sense of relief. Team 12 has also passed, Orochimaru said, his voice a low hum of approval. They are not like the others. They did not just learn the lesson. They perfected it. Naruto Uzumaki is a genius strategist, and he used every tool at his disposal, including a genjutsu of his own making, to coordinate his team. Yuki and Kagami trusted his leadership, and in doing so, they not only took a bell, but they proved their mettle as a team. Minato's heart swelled with a quiet pride he hadn't felt in years. He saw in Orochimaru's report the tangible result of his son's painful journey. He had been so worried, but hearing it from Orochimaru, a man who had navigated a similar darkness, made it real. I have already begun analyzing Yuki's unique bloodline, and Kagami is a brilliant mind, Orochimaru continued. But it is Naruto who is the true strategist. I believe his potential is even greater than we first thought. Minato offered a small, sincere smile. Thank you, Orochimaru, he said, his voice filled with gratitude. I'm glad you're here to guide them. #at family dinner #. The day was a whirlwind of meetings and reports. Minato, tired from a long day in the Hokage's office, finally arrived home. As he stepped through the door, the sounds of his family filled the air. He found Kushina in the kitchen, her face a mask of loving pride as she listened to Menma and Mito's boisterous retelling of their bell test. And then Kakashi-sensei said he was so impressed with our teamwork. Menma boasted, his voice loud and full of youthful pride. He said we were the best team in the class. That's wonderful, my little men, Kushina said, beaming, her hands a blur as she chopped vegetables for dinner. I knew you would be brilliant. Mito nodded eagerly. Kakashi-sensei said we were a natural fit. We passed with flying colors. Minato smiled, a genuine sense of pride in his heart. He was happy for them. But as his gaze moved away from the kitchen, his smile faded. Naruto was in the living room, a quiet, solitary figure. He was sitting on the floor, staring out the window, his expression placid and unreadable. He wasn't being ignored, not intentionally. He was simply a presence that didn't demand attention. He was an easy part of the room to forget. The scene was a stark, brutal contrast to the one Minato had just heard in the office. Menma and Mito's so-called perfect teamwork was a lie built on their own youthful ignorance, and their celebration was loud and effortless. Naruto's victory, a true masterpiece of strategic genius and emotional control, was completely silent. Minato stood in the doorway, the weight of his son's separate realities crashing down on him. One was a part of the vibrant, loving family, and the other, the quiet genius, was still alone. The sight was a painful reminder of his own failure. The sounds of a happy, bustling family dinner filled the air. But as Minato stepped through the door, a sudden silence fell. He stood in the entryway, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, his expression a mix of weary disappointment and a profound sadness. What's this I hear about you two having a perfect teamwork? He asked, his voice calm but with a razor-sharp edge. Menma and Mito's cheerful expressions froze. They looked at their father, their youthful pride still shining brightly. Kakashi-sensei said so, Menma blurted out, a hint of defiance in his voice. He said we passed with flying colors. He said you passed, Minato corrected, his gaze unwavering. He looked from his children to the quiet figure of Naruto sitting alone in the living room. He said you passed despite your reliance on your own natural talent. He said your teamwork was lacking. Kushina, who had been listening from the kitchen, slowly turned, her hands still. She saw the truth in Minato's eyes. You two, Minato continued, his voice heavy with a deep sadness, have always had everything handed to you. You've always had each other, and you've always had me and your mother. But Naruto, he had to earn everything. And he earned a victory far more profound than either of you. He gestured to Naruto, his face a silent, broken testament to his own failure. While you were relying on your natural talent, your brother was figuring out how to beat a Sannin in under an hour. He didn't brag about it. He didn't make a scene. He just did it. Menma and Mito stared at their father, their expressions a mix of hurt and dawning realization. The hollow victory they had so proudly claimed was exposed as a lie. They had passed, but their brother had won. And for the first time in their lives, they saw a shadow of the boy who had always sat so silently in their midst. The air in the room was thick with the weight of Minato's words. Menma and Mito stood in stunned silence, their youthful arrogance shattered by the brutal honesty of their father's assessment. But before they could speak, Kushina stepped forward, her hands clenched at her sides. Her face, usually a canvas of warmth and affection, was now a mask of protective fury. That's enough, Minato, she said, her voice a low, dangerous rumble. They are children. They are not you, and they are not him. Her gaze, filled with a desperate mother's love, moved from her husband to her twin children. You cannot hold them to the same standard as Naruto. What did you expect from them? To be tactical geniuses who can beat a Sannin on their first day. They're not like that. They're emotional. They're excitable. They're still learning. Is it a crime to be proud of them for trying? She didn't wait for an answer. She went to her children and pulled them into a fierce, protective hug, her body acting as a shield against Minato's cold truth. You listen to me, she whispered to them, her voice cracking with emotion. You two are the bravest, most amazing children in the world. You worked hard and you passed. That's all that matters. Don't you dare let anyone, not even your father, take that away from you. Naruto watched the scene unfold from the living room, his quiet facade unchanged, but his mind a jumble of new and painful information. His mother, the person he had desperately longed to connect with, had just separated him from his siblings. She had put a clear, emotional line in the sand, and he was on the other side of it. He was not like them. He was something else. He was the quiet genius who had to earn everything, while his siblings were the brave children who were worth protecting from the truth. The argument faded into a heavy silence. Minato stood, his face a mix of pain and frustration. Kushina was still clutching Menma and Mito, her protective fury a silent, physical shield. The chasm between them had never felt wider. Naruto's calm facade, which had held so steadfastly through years of loneliness and days of emotional upheaval, suddenly felt heavy. All the small, difficult steps he had taken, the apology, the attempt at friendship, the quiet opening of his heart, felt like a useless, pointless effort. He felt the familiar, crushing weight of solitude settling over him once more, a ghost in a family that had no room for him. He was a creature of logic and order, and this was an unfixable chaos. Without a word, without a glance at his family, Naruto simply stood up. His movements were fluid, his body already in the process of fading into the silent, unnoticeable phantom he had been for years. He turned his back on the dinner table, on the family he had so desperately tried to connect with, and began to walk toward the front door. But luck was not on his side. Before he could take a second step, a warm hand gently, but firmly, closed around his arm. Naruto stopped, his mind already preparing to phase out of existence. But a quiet, desperate plea stopped him. Naruto, his father's voice, thick with a profound sadness, broke through the tension. Minato's eyes were filled with a raw, paternal sorrow. He had seen the quiet retreat, and he would not let his son vanish into the darkness. Not again. Naruto stood still for a moment, the weight of his father's hand on his arm a beacon of the connection he so desperately craved. But it was too late. His mother's words had been a final, crushing blow, and the fragile bridge he had been building to his family had been destroyed. He looked at the hand on his arm, and with a quiet, sorrowful gentleness, he gently brushed it off. His action was not one of defiance, but of weary, soul-crushing exhaustion. It was a silent admission that he had no more fight left. Before Minato could speak, Naruto's body flickered, disappearing without a single hand seal, a testament to his silent mastery. He was simply gone, leaving behind a profound, aching void. Minato stood frozen, his hands still suspended in the air. The emptiness where his son had been was a cold, brutal reality. He turned slowly, his eyes meeting Kushina's. There was no anger in his gaze, only a deep, heartbreaking sorrow. The look was a silent accusation, a question that hung in the air like smoke. Look at what you've done. Kushina's fierce, protective defiance crumbled. She saw the full weight of her husband's words, not as an insult, but as a painful truth. She had defended her two children, but in doing so, she had driven away the one who needed her most. The realization hit her like a physical blow, and her face, once filled with a mother's fury, was now a mask of pure, unadulterated devastation. The air was thick with a silence more deafening than any shouting. Minato stood, his hands still hovering in the air, a testament to the boy who had just vanished. His face was a mask of disappointment and sorrow. Kushina was no longer the fierce, protective mother. Her hands, which had so fiercely gripped her children, now hung limp at her sides. She stared at the empty space where Naruto had been, her eyes wide and filled with a raw, agonizing regret. Minato, she whispered, her voice a small, broken sound. What did I do? Why? Why did he leave? Minato's gaze was not angry, but filled with a profound, weary sadness. He saw the pain in her eyes, and he knew it was a pain he couldn't take away. He sighed, a deep, tired sound that seemed to carry the weight of years of silent hurt. He's been doing it for years, Kushina, he said, his voice quiet. He's a ghost. He learned to become one because it was easier than facing the truth of his solitude. He looked at her, and she saw the sorrow in his eyes. You didn't do anything wrong, my love. You were just a mother, protecting her children. He turned to Menma and Mito, their youthful defiance replaced by fear and confusion. Your brother, he said, his voice heavy, just chose a life of solitude over the possibility of pain, and in that moment, your mother's words gave him the final push he needed to walk away. The family stood there, a portrait of quiet devastation. The celebration had turned into a funeral, and the person they were mourning was a boy who was still alive, but had just silently chosen to disappear. The night was a silent, forgiving blanket. Naruto sat alone on the grass of the Team 12 training ground, his hands resting on his knees, his face turned toward the moon. He was not angry, he was simply tired. The argument, the hurt, the broken silence. It all felt so heavy, so exhausting. He thought of the years, the countless nights he had sat alone in his room, watching from his window as his family celebrated without him. The birthdays they had forgotten, the holidays they had not shared. He had been a ghost in his own home, and they were so caught up in their own lives, in their own easy affection, that they never even noticed he was missing. He thought of his achievements, his years of quiet, brutal training, his mastery of the body flicker without seals, his strategic genius, his ability to outwit a Sannin within an hour. He had done it all for himself, for the silent, burning desire to prove that he was real. But at dinner it meant nothing. His victory was a hollow, silent thing that paled in comparison to the loud, empty triumph of his siblings. And most of all, he thought of the pain, the deep, aching pain of being unseen. He had finally, painfully, tried to show them who he was, to open up a crack in his armor, and in return, his mother had built a wall between them. She had chosen them. It wasn't about malice or neglect. It was simply a matter of a deep, unconscious habit. He was a puzzle she didn't know how to solve, so she simply went to the ones who were easy to love. Naruto closed his eyes, a single silent tear escaping to trace a path down his cheek. He was alone, not in a physical sense, but in a way that was far more profound. And for the first time, the loneliness didn't feel like a punishment. It felt like a simple, undeniable truth. ### with Naruto ###. A gentle hum of chakra was the first thing Naruto felt. He had felt the presence for a few moments, a quiet, hesitant signature moving toward him in the darkness. He knew who it was, and the recognition brought a new, quiet layer of calm to his weary mind. You know I can feel you, right? Naruto said, his voice a low, tired murmur that was barely a whisper in the silent night. A surprised voice came from the darkness. It was Yuki. Really? She asked, a note of awe in her tone. She slowly, cautiously, walked into the clearing, her form a pale silhouette in the moonlight. Why are you here, anyways? Isn't it too late? Yuki sat beside him on the cold grass, her movements as quiet as a falling leaf. I couldn't sleep, she said, her voice filled with a familiar, painful honesty. It felt lonely. What about you? I just wanted to be somewhere. Alone? Naruto said, his voice a low, tired murmur. Yuki's eyebrow raised, a flicker of confusion on her face. Her voice was as soft as a whisper. But you're not alone now, she said, her eyes searching his face in the darkness. Why did you want to be alone? It's easy, Naruto replied, his voice a low, tired murmur. Yuki's eyes widened, her expression filled with a raw, painful honesty. But I'm alone, and it hurts, she countered, the words a quiet protest against his simple logic. Naruto's gaze softened. He looked at her, and for the first time he saw a mirror of his own pain. He had always been so rational about his isolation, so clinical, but her words were a simple, undeniable truth. "I know," he said, his voice now a low whisper, filled with a sadness he rarely allowed himself to show. "It's easy to be alone. You just are. But it's hard to be invisible. To be in a room full of people and feel like you're not even there. That's what hurts." Yuki was silent for a long moment, her brow furrowed in confusion. The words invisible and unseen were foreign concepts to her. She had been exiled, hurt, and abandoned. Her pain was loud and brutal, a physical presence. "What do you mean, invisible?" she asked, her voice small and filled with a genuine bewilderment. "How can you be invisible?" Naruto took a deep, shuddering breath, the first truly emotional act he had allowed himself all night. The calm, logical walls he had built around his heart began to crumble in the face of her honest confusion. "You can be in a room with your family," he began, his voice a low, tired murmur, "and watch as they laugh and talk and celebrate without you. You can watch your parents praise your siblings for things you did better. But you just aren't there. They're not bad people. They're just too busy, too in love with their other children, to notice the one who's a ghost." He looked at her, his eyes filled with a profound, bone-weary sadness. "For a decade, I watched my life from a distance. I taught myself jutsu, I mastered my chakra, I trained in secret. I was a strategist, a master of 100 skills. And I did it all just so I could prove to myself that I was real. But even my greatest achievements were unseen by the people I needed to see me the most." His voice was devoid of anger, but filled with a crushing, emotional truth that was far more powerful. He was not a victim. He was a survivor who had mastered a new kind of silence. He was a child who had been a ghost in his own home. And for the first time in his life, he had told his story to a person who could understand. The last echo of Naruto's story faded into the quiet night. The air was thick with the weight of his words, a raw testament to a pain she had never expected to hear from him. Yuki stared at her hands, her mind replaying his words. She had been a refugee, but she had never been a ghost. She had been left behind, but not forgotten. And yet she understood. The feeling of being different, of being seen as something strange and unsettling, was a language she knew all too well. I wasn't forgotten," she began, her voice a small, trembling whisper. "People looked at me. They just looked at me differently. My Kekkei Genkai, my ice release, it was seen as a curse. My village, my family, they were scared of it. They were scared of me." Her voice became a small, sad hum, like the wind through the tall grass. "When the fighting came, they just left me behind. They didn't do it out of anger. They did it out of fear. I was a child with a monster inside me, and they just wanted to get away from it." A tear slipped from her eye, a quiet, silvery line on her cheek. "I was alone, and I thought I would die alone. But then, Orochimaru-sensei found me. He didn't see a monster. He saw a frightened child. He took me in and he brought me here. He gave me a home and helped me become a shinobi of the leaf." She looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with a new, quiet strength. "He told me that my power wasn't a curse. It was a gift. And he taught me that I was a person, not just a weapon. He taught me to be seen." Naruto simply listened, his expression a quiet, empathetic mask. He understood. He had lived a life of invisibility, and she had lived a life of being seen for all the wrong reasons. In that quiet, secluded training ground, two lonely souls, each with a broken past, had finally found a home in each other's understanding. Naruto watched her, his expression a calm mask that hid a vulnerability she had never seen before. After a long, quiet moment, he spoke, his voice so soft it was almost lost to the night. "You wanted a family, didn't you?" he asked, a hint of hesitation in his tone. "Can I have a place in it?" Yuki's breath hitched. The words were simple, but they carried a weight she had never known. A deep blush crept up her cheeks, and her timid nature, her shyness, took over completely. The words she so desperately wanted to say were caught in her throat. She couldn't speak, but her head began to move, a quick, frantic series of nods that spoke louder than any words. It was a silent, powerful yes. Over the next few weeks, Team 12 settled into the familiar, often tedious, rhythm of a genin's life. Their days were a blur of D-rank missions, chasing lost cats, pulling weeds from a grumpy old woman's garden, and painting fences. These missions, though mundane, were a testament to their budding teamwork. Kagami's keen eyes and strategic mind, Yuki's quiet efficiency, and Naruto's leadership made even the most boring tasks feel organized and quick. They were a well-oiled machine, their movements synchronized and their communication a seamless, wordless flow. After their missions, their days ended in their secluded training ground near the Valley of the End. Under the quiet guidance of their genius teammate, they trained with a renewed purpose. Kagami, initially humbled by the reveal of Naruto's Sharingan, now trained with a fierce determination. She would spar with him, her one-tomo Sharingan struggling to keep up with the effortless precision of his. Naruto, in turn, would calmly point out her flaws, his voice never condescending, his movements a perfect, silent lecture. She was learning to rely on her own intuition and speed, not just her eyes. Yuki, too, blossomed under his care. Her ice release, once erratic and fueled by her anxiety, became a thing of quiet, devastating beauty. Naruto taught her to find a center of calm, to let the chakra flow like a gentle stream instead of a raging river. She would watch him, her timid and shy nature slowly giving way to a profound sense of trust. In the quiet moments after a long day of training, as they sat under the setting sun, she would find her eyes lingering on him, her heart skipping a beat as he'd turn to offer her a bottle of water. The feelings were slow, subtle, but as undeniable as the warmth of the sun on her face. As the weeks passed, Team 12 became a true unit. Their friendship, forged in loneliness and sealed in shared vulnerability, was a thing of silent strength. They were no longer just a group of 3 kids on a team. They were a quiet, powerful family. ## land of waves ##. The Hokage's office was a place of quiet authority, but today, it was filled with the low hum of anticipation. Minato sat at his desk, his expression a mix of paternal concern and official determination. Before him stood 2 teams that, despite their shared village, felt worlds apart. Team 11 stood with an almost palpable confidence. Menma and Mito, their faces a mirror of their father's own youthful cockiness, looked ready for a real challenge. Their teammate, Yakumo Kurama, held a quiet, watchful demeanor, her hands folded neatly at her sides. Kakashi, their sensei, stood beside them, his signature bored expression hiding a sharp, calculating mind. Opposite them stood Team 12. They were a study in silent competence. Naruto, Kagami, and Yuki were a quiet, cohesive unit, their movements subtle, their eyes constantly observing. Orochimaru stood behind them, a gentle, almost grandfatherly smile on his face that did little to hide the powerful chakra simmering just beneath the surface. "I have decided that you 2 teams will be collaborating on this mission," Minato announced, his voice carrying the weight of the Hokage. "This is not a simple escort. I foresee potential for conflict. This mission will test your ability to work with other shinobi, not just within your own team." Menma and Mito exchanged a cocky grin. "Leave it to us, Dad," Menma said, his voice full of bravado. "We'll show them how it's done." Team 12 remained silent. They knew better than to brag. The client an hour later at the village gates, the 2 teams met their client. An old man with a straw hat and a half-empty bottle of sake clutched in his hand. "Humph," the man grunted, his eyes bloodshot and his words slurred. "Just a bunch of snot-nosed brats. The name's Tazuna. You're going to be escorting me to the land of waves. Don't cause me any trouble." Menma and Mito immediately began to complain, their voices loud and full of indignation. "A mission like this? This is an insult. We're Hokage's children, not bodyguards for some old drunk." Naruto simply watched, his face impassive. He glanced at his siblings and then at his teammates, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew this was more than a C-rank mission, and they knew they had to be the ones to handle the real threats. "You too," Naruto said, his voice a low, calm whisper that cut through the noise. "This isn't a show. It's a mission. The client's behavior is irrelevant. Our objective is to get him to his destination. Nothing more." The 2 teams, their dynamics already in full display, began their journey. Tazuna, still grumbling about the lack of respect, shuffled along, followed by the 2 teams. Menma and Mito walked ahead, their loud chatter a constant presence, while Team 12, as usual, walked in silence behind them. Naruto's eyes, a calm, unwavering blue, swept over the terrain. His gaze, however, lingered for a moment on a small puddle in the middle of the road. A puddle where there should have been none. There hasn't been any rain in days, and a puddle of that size would have long since dried. It was a simple observation, a flaw in a meticulously planned ambush. Without a word, without a change in his placid expression, Naruto reached for a kunai. With a flick of his wrist, he attached a small explosive tag to the handle. The movement was fluid, effortless, and entirely unnoticed by everyone but his own team. He threw the kunai not at the puddle itself, but just above it. The small blade spun through the air, its trajectory perfect. The explosive tag detached and landed with a quiet splash. A second later, a brilliant flash of light and a thunderous bang ripped through the serene forest. The puddle exploded, sending up a cloud of water, dirt, and shredded flesh. Two figures were revealed, their linked chain-link weapon now severed by the blast. The demon brothers, caught completely off guard by the unexpected attack, were torn apart by the explosion. Their bodies hit the ground in a spray of blood and shredded cloth. A stunned silence fell over the group. Kakashi, whose Sharingan had been just a moment too slow, stared at the carnage, his eye wide with a mixture of shock and a chilling respect. Menma and Mito were frozen, their faces pale with a combination of fear and awe. What was that? Menma yelled, his voice cracking. Naruto, completely unfazed, simply walked to Tazuna. The mission is no longer a C rank, he said, his voice as calm as ever. The client is a liar. The explosion and the subsequent silence had ripped the mask off the C rank mission. The blood and torn clothing of the demon brothers were a grim reality, a far cry from chasing lost cats. Tazuna, the bridge builder, was now trembling, his face ashen with terror. You knew, Tazuna stammered, staring at the shattered remains of the assassins. How did you know? Naruto simply looked at him, his face impassive. A puddle when there shouldn't be one, he said, his voice flat. It's an amateur mistake. But the fact that they were here means you lied about the mission. Tazuna, seeing no way out, sagged in defeat. He took a long, shaky breath and began to tell his story. He spoke of Gato, the ruthless shipping magnate who had taken over the land of waves. He told them of the poverty, the starvation, and the fear. The bridge he was building was their only hope for freedom, and Gato had hired ninja to stop him. He had lied about the mission rank, hoping a C-rank escort would be enough protection. A new tension settled over the two teams. Menma and Mito looked at each other, their youthful pride replaced by a solemn, serious look. Kakashi-sensei, Menma said, his voice now devoid of its usual arrogance. We need to continue the mission. This isn't just a mission anymore. It's about saving a village. He's right, Mito added, her eyes filled with a new, fiery resolve. We can handle it. This is a real challenge, and we're not going to back down just because it got a little harder. Kakashi watched them, a flicker of pride in his visible eye. He then looked at Team 12. Naruto simply gave him a small, silent nod, a look that said they had already decided. Very well, Kakashi said, a hint of a smile on his face. The mission is a go. But be warned, from this moment on, we're in enemy territory. As they were about to reach land of waves, the air grew cold. A dense, unnatural mist began to roll in, swallowing the forest and blanketing the road in a thick, wet shroud. It was the kind of mist that stole the very sound from the air, a silent predator in itself. The genin felt a prickle of unease, their senses on high alert. This was no ordinary fog. Suddenly, a massive sword appeared from the mist, an unseen hand directing it with lethal precision. The broad blade, known as the Kubikirabocho, was aimed directly at Kakashi's neck. The attack was so fast and so silent that it was as if the sword itself had willed its way out of the void. This was no brute force. This was a master assassin. At the same time, another figure emerged from the mist. A shinobi with pale skin and a confident smirk, wielding the Hiramakarei, a wide, cleaver-like blade that seemed to hum with chakra. He didn't go for the genin or the client. He went for the sensei he knew was the true obstacle. So, "You're the one they call the legendary Sannin," Mangetsu Hozuki said, his voice laced with a cold amusement. "Let's see if you're as good with a blade as the rumors say." He lunged, a flurry of precise and elegant strikes, the Hiramakiri a blur of deadly motion. Kakashi's Sharingan flared to life, his eye widening as he dodged the massive blade by a hair's breadth. He saw the killer behind it, Zabuza Momochi, a legend cloaked in mist. He barely had time to react before he was forced onto the defensive. Meanwhile, Orochimaru met Mangetsu's attack with a chilling, fluid grace. He drew his own blade, the Kusanagi sword, and a symphony of clashing steel filled the mist. The two legends, a master of blades and a master of all jutsu, were now engaged in a match of pure, unadulterated kenjutsu. The genin were left alone, caught in the eye of a storm. Tazuna, terrified, cowered. Menma and Mito, shocked into a brief, terrified silence, finally snapped into action, moving to protect him. Naruto's team, however, didn't hesitate. They had been trained for this. In one fluid motion, they formed a triangle around the bridge builder, their eyes scanning the mist for any unseen threat. The true test of their teamwork had just begun. The mist swirled, a chilling shroud that obscured all but the immediate vicinity. Haku, a blur of motion, lunged directly at Tazuna. But a voice, cold and calm, cut through the air. "A beautiful mask can hide a truly frightening darkness," Naruto said, his Sharingan flaring to life. Haku responded in kind, a flurry of ice-infused Senbon needles raining down on Naruto. The attack landed, hitting their mark with a dull thud. But Naruto's body didn't fall. Instead, it dissolved into a flock of crows that swirled and cawed, surrounding Haku. The crows weren't just a physical defense. They were an assault on the mind, attempting to lock Haku in a powerful genjutsu. Haku, however, was a master of evasion. He sensed the illusion, and with a burst of pure speed, he leaped away, leaving the crows to disperse harmlessly. He landed on a tree branch, and a dozen more Senbon flew from his hands, their glint a cold promise of death. But when they reached Naruto's last known location, he was gone. "Behind you," was all Haku heard. He didn't even have time to turn his head as a powerful fist connected squarely with his jaw. The blow was not just a hit, but a physical demonstration of raw force. Haku was sent skidding back, crashing into the water with a heavy splash. At that exact moment, Orochimaru's fight with Mangetsu came to a grinding halt. Mangetsu, having seen Haku's quick defeat and having felt the sheer, insurmountable power of a Sannin, knew the battle was lost. He saw the cold, murderous intent in Orochimaru's eyes, and he knew there was no victory to be found. With a silent nod to Zabuza, he retreated into the mist, a master of the seven swords unwilling to die in a losing battle. Zabuza, seeing his primary target's bodyguard defeated and his backup fleeing, made the only logical choice. He used his mist body flicker to disappear without a trace, taking the defeated Haku with him. The mist dissipated, revealing a silent, exhausted battlefield. Kakashi stood there, his left arm hanging limp, a deep cut on his shoulder. He was panting heavily, his Sharingan still spinning with a tired, weary light. He was battered but alive. Team 11 and 12, shaken and silent, looked at their wounded sensei. They had won, but they had also come to understand a harsh truth. Their journey had only just begun. The mist had finally cleared, leaving behind a cold, damp silence. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and blood. Orochimaru walked out of the forest, his movements fluid and graceful, as if the grueling battle with Mangetsu had been nothing more than a light sparring session. A small, thin line of blood ran from the corner of his mouth, the only sign of the hard-fought match. His golden eyes, calm and calculating, surveyed the scene. He first went to Kakashi, whose exhausted frame was propped against a tree, his left arm hanging limp. "Are you all right, Kakashi?" Orochimaru asked, his voice a low hum. He inspected the deep cut on Kakashi's shoulder with a quiet medical detachment. That was a serious wound, a formidable foe indeed. Zabuza has a talent for the blade. Kakashi, still panting, simply nodded. "He's good, but he's nothing compared to Mangetsu." Orochimaru gave a small, knowing smile. He then turned his attention to the rest of the genin, his gaze sweeping over each of them. "Are all of you unharmed?" he asked, his voice carrying an uncharacteristic note of concern. "Did anyone suffer any injuries? Do not lie. The sooner we treat them, the better." His eyes then landed on Naruto, who stood apart from the rest, his hands in his pockets. Orochimaru's face held a quiet, satisfied look. "Naruto-kun," he said. The rest of the teams looked on, a mix of awe and trepidation in their eyes. They had just seen a Sannin and a copy ninja battle with legends, but it was their quiet, mysterious teammate who held the true fascination of their sensei. Naruto's calm voice was the first to break the silence. "Haku is an ice release user," he said, as if commenting on the weather. "When they return, that will be a problem. We need to be prepared." Menma and Mito stared at him, their faces a mix of confusion and awe. The arrogance they had carried for so long was completely gone, replaced by a humbling silence. Menma was the first to speak. "How did you know?" he asked, his voice low. "How did you know to do that?" Naruto turned to him, his expression placid. Mito looked at him, her eyes wide. What was that jutsu? The one you used to disappear? I've never seen anything like it." Naruto's gaze was direct. "It's called a body flicker technique. It's just a movement jutsu." Their conversation was interrupted by another voice. Yakumo Kurama, her expression thoughtful, approached Yuki. "He's a strange one," Yakumo said, her voice a quiet murmur. "He's so calm. He fights without any emotion, like he's just solving a problem. Do you know why he's like that?" Yuki looked from Naruto to Yakumo, her heart a tangled mix of protectiveness and pride. She couldn't tell Yakumo the whole story, but she could offer a glimpse. "He's a lot like you and me, I think," Yuki said quietly. "He's just seen too many bad things to be angry about it anymore. He's learned to be strong on his own." Naruto turned his head toward the still-shaken Tazuna. His expression was calm, his voice as steady as a stone in a stream. "Is your home close?" Naruto asked, his question a simple, pragmatic command. "Kakashi-sensei needs to rest." Tazuna's eyes, wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief, stared at the young boy. This was not a snot-nosed genin. This was a leader, a general in a child's body. He nodded frantically, his words catching in his throat. It's just past the forest," he stammered, pointing a trembling hand toward the path. "My village. It's just a few more hours from here." The others watched the interaction in stunned silence. Menma and Mito, so used to taking command, found themselves standing quietly, unable to question Naruto's quiet authority. Kakashi, propped up by Orochimaru, gave a small, weary smile. He saw the shift in his student's brother, the boy who had just gone from quiet genius to a natural leader. This was more than just a mission. It was a testament to the growth of a future legend. The remainder of the journey was silent, a long and somber march through the dense forest. The weight of the recent battle hung over them, a quiet testament to the true nature of their mission. As the light began to fade, they finally came to a small, humble home on the outskirts of a sleepy village. Naruto's calm voice was the only one that broke the quiet. "We're here, Tazuna-san." A woman in her late 20s, beautiful with a gentle, kind face, opened the door. Her eyes, filled with worry, immediately found her father, and with a gasp of relief, she rushed out to embrace him. "Father!" she cried, her voice a mix of profound relief and concern. "Are you all right? I was so worried." Tazuna, exhausted but profoundly relieved, hugged her back. "I'm fine, my dear Tsunami. These fine shinobi. They saved my life." Tsunami looked at the group, her gaze settling on the wounded Kakashi and the weary genin. "Please," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "Come in. You must be exhausted. You are all welcome here." Inside the warmth of Tazuna's home, the air was heavy with unspoken words. While Orochimaru's hands glowed with the green of a medical jutsu, working on Kakashi's deep shoulder wound, the three genin sat in the living room. The small space, with its simple furniture and soft light, was a world away from the cold, violent mist. Menma and Mito, their usual boisterous energy replaced by a heavy silence, stared at the floor. The arrogance that had fueled them for so long had been shattered by a master of the blade, and by their brother's effortless defense. Finally, Menma took a deep, shaky breath and looked at Naruto. "Naruto," he began, his voice small and unfamiliar. I'm sorry. We were so wrong. We were so busy being proud of ourselves we didn't see you." Mito, her eyes shining with unshed tears, nodded. "You saved us," she whispered. "You were right the whole time. You're the one who knew what was happening, and you're the one who—" She trailed off, unable to find the words to describe what he had just done. Naruto listened, his expression placid. He did not look at them with anger or bitterness. He just looked tired. After a long moment, he finally spoke, his voice calm and even. "I just did what was necessary," he said simply. "It was the most efficient way to deal with the problem. You were caught off guard. You'll learn to be more observant. That's all." The words were not cruel, but they were not forgiving either. It was a simple, logical acknowledgement of the situation. Their apology was accepted, but the years of silent pain could not be erased in a single moment. It was a new beginning, not a clean slate. The air in the room was heavy with Orochimaru's chilling prediction. The genin, who had just survived their first true confrontation, now faced the daunting reality that a much harder battle was on the horizon. Naruto's calm voice cut through the silence. "They'll be back," he said, his eyes scanning the faces of the other genin. "And when they do, you need to be ready." He turned to his siblings, his gaze unwavering. "You can't face Haku," he stated simply, his words direct and without malice. He then looked at Yakumo, then at his own teammates Kagami and Yuki. "You all need to train. The battle in the mist. That was just the beginning." Naruto's calm voice breaks the heavy silence. He turns to his siblings and Yakumo. Zabuza and Mangetsu didn't have the strength to finish off Kakashi-sensei or Orochimaru-sensei. That's why they separated them from us and gave Haku a chance to kill Tazuna. He looks at them, his eyes unwavering. "Next time I'll be a target too. They saw that I was able to defend against Haku. This means they'll try to separate me from you. They'll know that if they can take me out, the rest of you will be easy." Naruto's words hang in the air. A cold, calculated truth. He looks at Kagami and Yuki. "This time you'll be on your own. It's time for you to face a real threat. It's time for you to learn to rely on each other." His siblings and teammates are silent, absorbing the weight of his words. They've just been given their marching orders. The training has a new life-or-death purpose. The mission has truly begun. Naruto looked at them, his eyes unwavering. He took a breath, the air in the room thick with tension, and laid out his plan in a calm, clear voice. "I have a plan, but you all need to listen carefully," he began, his voice commanding a silent respect they couldn't ignore. He pointed a finger at Yuki. "Yuki will stay here and protect Tsunami-san. Her ice release will be a formidable defense." Then he gestured to Kagami and Yakumo. "Kagami and Yakumo will protect Tazuna-san. You both have a talent for observation that will be vital in defending him from any ambush." He then looked at the two most powerful figures in the room. "I'll assist Kakashi-sensei against Zabuza, and Orochimaru-sensei will fight Mangetsu." Finally, he turned to his siblings, his gaze intense. "That leaves Menma and Mito to fight Haku. You two can use the Ninetales chakra to fight him." A stunned silence fell over the room. His plan was a masterpiece of strategy, a flawless and ruthless distribution of resources. It was a testament to his tactical genius, but it was also a heavy burden to place on his siblings. He was giving them a difficult life-or-death mission, a true test of their abilities. The day was a frigid, misty canvas of white and gray. The air on the bridge was cold, and the wind, laced with the scent of salt and sea, whipped at their faces. Everyone was in position, their roles a silent, tactical prayer. Yuki, her face a mask of calm determination, remained behind at Tazuna's home, her ice release at the ready. Kagami and Yakumo stood on the bridge, a silent, watchful pair on either side of Tazuna. They were a unified force, their Sharingan active and ready for any threat. The fight began with a flash of steel. Mangetsu, wielding the Hiramakiri, was a fluid storm of water and steel as he clashed with Orochimaru. The two masters of Kenjutsu were a blur of motion, a symphony of deadly strikes that kept the Sannin completely occupied. Orochimaru's movements, graceful and lethal, were a perfect counter to Mangetsu's erratic, water-based style. On the other side of the bridge, Zabuza materialized from the mist, his Kubikirabocho humming with chakra. He was a force of nature, a killer whose speed and power were a terror to behold. But this time, he was not fighting a lone Kakashi. Naruto was by the copy ninja side, a silent, deadly partner. Naruto's Sharingan was a perfect complement to Kakashi's, their movements synchronized and their strategy flawless. Naruto used his jutsu to create openings, while Kakashi used his Sharingan to exploit them. They were an unstoppable team, pushing Zabuza back with every strike. The true battle, however, was happening in a silent, misty corner of the bridge. Haku, a blur of motion, appeared before Menma and Mito. His movements were too fast for them, his Senbon a relentless rain of death. They were on the defensive, their every move a desperate attempt to stay alive. They were outmatched, their skills and speed no match for the assassins. We can't hit him," Mito gasped, her voice filled with panic. Menma, his face pale, dodged a flurry of needles. What do we do? In that moment of desperation, as Haku moved in for the killing blow, a silent, chilling truth settled over them. They were on their own. They had to fight with everything they had. They had to use the power they had been told to keep hidden. Naruto said to use it, Menma yelled, and with a shared, desperate cry, they both tapped into the dormant power within them. A torrent of red, malevolent chakra erupted from their bodies, swirling around them like a demonic cloak. Their eyes turned a crimson red, and the air around them became thick and heavy. The ground began to crack, and the water around them churned. The power of the Ninetales was now theirs to wield, and their final battle had just begun. The red chakra surged around Menma and Mito, their eyes glowing a demonic crimson. The sheer force of the Ninetales was an overwhelming reality, a power they had only ever been told about. Their fear was gone, replaced by a primal fury. They moved with a speed and ferocity that shocked even Haku. He was a master of his craft, but he was still human. He dodged and weaved, but he could not escape the raw, explosive force of the chakra. With a final, desperate cry, the two of them landed a synchronized, powerful blow, sending Haku crashing into the ground, defeated. Meanwhile, a different kind of fight was unfolding between Naruto, Kakashi, and Zabuza. Naruto, his Sharingan spinning, was a whirlwind of calculated chaos. He used a powerful, advanced genjutsu, weaving illusions of his clones appearing from all directions. Zabuza, a master of battle, was a legend for a reason. He cut down every clone that came at him, but he was using precious energy. Naruto's plan, however, was in motion. Zabuza, his focus on the false targets, was unprepared for what came next. Naruto, a blur of motion, used the body flicker technique to get into position. "Now, Kakashi!" Naruto yelled. Zabuza turned just in time to see Kakashi, his hand crackling with the blue-white energy of the Chidori. The attack was a perfect, precise strike, aimed at Zabuza's heart. The blow was powerful, and Zabuza fell to his knees, defeated. The mist began to clear, revealing the aftermath of the battle. The air was silent, the roar of the chakra now a faint hum. Menma and Mito were panting, exhausted but victorious. Naruto stood beside Kakashi, his expression calm and composed, but his body was weary from the exertion. They had faced legends, and they had won. The air was still, the final echoes of the battle against the ninja assassins fading into a chilling silence. The shinobi stood on the bridge, battered and exhausted, their victory a hollow, fragile thing. Kakashi was on his knees, panting, and Menma and Mito's chakra cloaks were still faintly glowing. They had won, but they had paid a steep price. Just as the silence settled, a sound of heavy footsteps and loud, drunken laughter echoed from the shore. A short, corpulent man with a ridiculous, smug grin appeared, followed by 100 men armed with clubs, swords, and whatever else they could find. Gato had arrived, and he was ready to collect his prize. He looked at the weary shinobi, his eyes filled with a cruel, triumphant glee. "So you defeated them, did you?" he cackled. "It doesn't matter. They were just the warm-up. Now that you're exhausted, you're mine." Kill them all, boys. The bandits, a loud, disorganized mob, began to cheer, their faces filled with a savage hunger. The shinobi, however, were terrified. They had no chakra left. They had no strength left. 100 untrained men were a more dangerous threat now than a master assassin. But Naruto's face remained calm. His eyes, though tired, were clear and calculating. He stepped forward, putting himself in front of the others, and looked at Gato with an unwavering stare. "You're making a mistake," Naruto said, his voice quiet but commanding. "Your plan is flawed." Gato laughed, a booming, arrogant sound. "Flawed? I have an army. You're nothing but a bunch of tired brats. I'm going to kill you all and finish what Zabuza couldn't." "You didn't hire an army to kill us?" Naruto stated. His tone as cold and hard as steel. "You hired them because you're a coward who's afraid of dying alone. Now you have 100 mouths to feed and no money to pay them. The moment you die, this army will have no one to pay them, and they'll scatter like roaches. And all of them know who is the cause of all their problems. You." A chilling quiet settled over the bridge. Gato's cocky grin vanished. He looked at his army, and for the first time, he saw 100 faces that were no longer obedient, but filled with a new, dangerous hunger. And for the first time, he saw not a group of children, but a genius who had just turned his own men against him. The air on the bridge was a live wire. Gato's face, once full of a triumphant glee, was now pale with a growing, profound terror as he watched his own men turn on him. But before the bandits could act on their newfound rage, a new presence emerged from the mist. It was Mangetsu Hozuki, his body showing a few minor cuts, his face a mask of cold, murderous fury. He had been defeated by a Sannin, but now he was faced with a mob who had betrayed him and a cowardly man who had hired him for a suicide mission. "You hired a ninja." Mangetsu's voice was a low, chilling whisper that cut through the silence. "But you didn't think a ninja would have a code of honor. You betrayed us. You sent me and Zabuza-san to our deaths. Now you will learn the cost of your arrogance." Mangetsu raised the Hiramakiri, its twin blades humming with a dark, vengeful chakra. He didn't waste time with words. He was a force of pure, silent devastation. He moved through the crowd of bandits with a fluid, terrifying grace, his blades a blur of motion. The untrained men, armed with nothing but crude weapons and drunken courage, were no match for a master of the 7 swords. The massacre was swift and brutal, a grim and chilling lesson in the difference between a shinobi and a common thug. Finally, Mangetsu stood before Gato, his eyes filled with a terrifying, cold fury. Gato, paralyzed with fear, could only scream as Mangetsu's blade came down, ending the war for the land of waves once and for all. Mangetsu Hozuki stood over the bloody remains of Gato, the Hiramakiri held at his side. He had a moment of silent contemplation. Then he moved. He ignored the cowering villagers and the stunned Konoha shinobi, his only focus now on a matter of honor. He walked to where Zabuza and Haku had fallen, and with a quiet, solemn grace, he gathered their bodies. He would not leave his fellow swordsmen to be desecrated. He would not leave them to rot in a foreign land. With a final, silent nod to the exhausted group on the bridge, he turned and disappeared into the mist, a shadow leaving with a heavy, final cargo. The silence that followed was a profound and absolute thing. The mist began to clear, revealing a blood-soaked bridge and the silent, stunned faces of the villagers. The shinobi stood, their bodies weary, their hearts heavy. They had won. The bridge was now free, but they had learned that victory in the shinobi world was a messy, brutal, and often lonely thing. After a day of much-needed rest, the 2 teams, weary but triumphant, began their journey back to Konoha. The mood on the road was quiet, a stark contrast to the initial boisterous trip. There was a newfound respect and a shared understanding among them, a bond forged in the crucible of a life-or-death mission. Upon their arrival, they were immediately summoned to the Hokage's office. Minato sat at his desk, his face a mask of worry and concern, with Kushina standing anxiously beside him. Kakashi and Orochimaru stood before them, their postures professional and their expressions somber. It was Kakashi who spoke first, giving a detailed, methodical report of the mission. He didn't hide anything. The initial ambush, his being outmatched by Zabuza, and the shocking revelation of the mission's true rank. The mission was far more than a C rank, Kakashi explained, his single eye unwavering. It was a high A rank. Zabuza Momochi and another swordsman, Mangetsu Hozuki, were our opponents. He then had to report on the actions of the genin. He spoke of Menma and Mito's courage, their use of the Nine-Tails chakra to overcome Haku, and of Naruto's swift and brutal efficiency against the first assassins. Naruto was able to detect the ambush immediately and ended it before it began. Orochimaru stepped forward, his words more of a philosophical analysis than a report. The genin performed remarkably, he said, his voice a low hum of satisfaction. They did not just complete the mission, they mastered it. They learned to rely on their own skills and each other, not just on us. They have grown beyond what we could teach them. Naruto, in particular, displayed an unparalleled strategic mind. He saw every threat and every opportunity. He is a natural leader. Minato and Kushina listened in stunned silence. Their two children had used the Nine-Tails power, a terrifying thought in itself. But it was Naruto's name, mentioned with such profound respect, that truly shocked them. He wasn't just a genin on the team. He was its quiet, brilliant leader. He had faced down danger and emerged with a new, terrifying strength. A tense silence filled the Hokage's office after the full report was given. Minato's mind was a whirlwind of concern, but also a growing sense of pride. He looked at the two sensei, who stood before him, awaiting his decision. It was Orochimaru who broke the silence, his voice a low, confident hum. Minato-san, I would like to formally recommend Team 12 for the Chunin exams. The statement, so bold and unexpected, caused Minato to look up sharply. Orochimaru continued, his golden eyes unwavering. Their performance in the Land of Waves proved they are ready. They are no longer genin. They have the skills, the tactical minds, and the teamwork of Chunin, if not better. It is the next logical step in their development. Kakashi, after a beat of his own silence, nodded in agreement. I concur with Orochimaru-sensei's assessment. I would also like to formally recommend Team 11 for the exams. They faced a trial they were not prepared for, and it has humbled them. It was a baptism by fire that has forged them into a true team. They have earned the right to test their skills and grow. Minato looked from Kakashi's confident face to Orochimaru's calm, serene expression. He could see in their eyes that this was not a whim. This was a calculated, deliberate decision based on the immense growth they had witnessed. Very well, Minato said, his voice carrying the weight of his office and his fatherly concern. The request is accepted. The teams will be entered into the Chunin exams. A collective gasp of both shock and pride escaped from Kushina. She was thrilled for her children, but also terrified for all of them. The road ahead was about to get a lot more dangerous, and there was no turning back. Later that day at family dinner, the dinner table was a familiar scene of warmth and life. Steam rose from a large bowl of ramen, and the usual chatter filled the air. Menma and Mito were telling a loud, proud story about their use of the Nine-Tails chakra, their voices filled with a new, sobered reverence for the power. Minato listened with a quiet, paternal pride, but Kushina's eyes were not on them. Her gaze was fixed on Naruto, who sat on the other side of the table, eating his ramen with a calm, methodical grace. He didn't interrupt, didn't boast. He just ate, his presence a quiet, placid island in the sea of family chaos. She wanted to ask. More than anything, she wanted to look at him and ask, what was it like? Facing Zabuza? Did you feel fear? Did it hurt? She wanted to be the mother she should have been, to offer him a gentle hand and a comforting word. But the words wouldn't come. She saw the quiet strength in his eyes, the subtle scars of a life lived in the shadows. He didn't look like a boy who needed a mother's comfort. He looked like a veteran who had fought a war alone. Her throat went dry, the question a heavy lump that she couldn't swallow. She had spent a decade seeing a son who wasn't there, and now that he was, she had no idea how to talk to him. The years of neglect had built a wall between them, and in that moment, she was terrified of what would happen if she tried to tear it down. Is something wrong? Naruto asked, his voice soft, the question simple and without judgment. Kushina's composure shattered completely. She looked at him, at the quiet boy who had just asked a question filled with a simple, genuine concern. The tears she had been holding back for years now flowed freely, a silent torrent of pain and regret. She couldn't speak, her throat choked with a guilt so profound it felt like a physical weight. I should have been there, she choked out, her voice a broken whisper. I should have seen you. I was so busy, so worried about them that I didn't see you. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I'm so sorry. Her face was a mask of raw anguish, a mother finally confronting the son she had failed. In that moment, she wasn't a powerful kunoichi, a legend of the leaf. She was just a woman, heartbroken by her own past. Kushina's words hung in the air, her face a mask of raw regret. The other family members were frozen, watching the deeply personal and painful exchange. Naruto looked at his mother, his eyes clear and without malice. He didn't move, didn't offer a hug, or a word of comfort. His voice, when he finally spoke, was calm, even. It doesn't matter now, Naruto said. His words a cold, factual statement that cut deeper than any angry outburst. I've grown up. His simple words were a final, chilling truth. They told her that her tears and her apologies were too little, too late. The boy she had failed was gone, replaced by a man who had faced the world on his own and no longer needed her. Naruto, his eyes a calm, steady blue, looked at Kushina, then at his siblings and Minato. He was not being cruel. He was simply stating a truth. You don't have to worry about me, he said, his voice flat and without emotion. I have tricks even beyond the Sharingan. He then looked at all of them, a silent promise in his gaze. I'll show you in the Chunin exams. ### next day ###. The silence in the Hokage's office was heavy. Minato sat at his desk, the mission report from Kakashi and Orochimaru open before him. But his mind wasn't on the words on the page. His mind was on his son, Naruto. He had heard the reports, seen the proof of his children's growth. He had felt the power of the Nine-Tails chakra from a distance. But it was Naruto's final statement that echoed in his mind. You don't have to worry about me. I have tricks even beyond the Sharingan. The words were not an empty boast. They were a cold, factual statement from a boy who had proven his skills time and time again. Minato was a genius in his own right, and he knew a true prodigy when he saw one. Naruto's mind, his strategic brilliance, and his quiet confidence were not things that could be taught in a few months. They were a product of a life of struggle, of a hard-won maturity that Minato realized, with a heavy heart, he had been too late to see. He looked at the report again, his eyes lingering on the words describing Naruto's mastery of the body flicker technique and his seemingly effortless control over Genjutsu. Naruto was no longer a ghost to be pitied. He was a force to be reckoned with. And Minato, the fourth Hokage, a master of strategy and speed, felt a surge of professional curiosity that bled into a personal, desperate need to know more. He needed to understand this powerful stranger who was his son. His interest was no longer passive. It was a mission. Meanwhile, with Naruto. A quiet moment, the wind on the hill behind the Hokage monument was cold, but the sight of the village bathed in the soft, evening light was a beautiful one. Naruto and Yuki sat together in comfortable silence, their presence a quiet, easy rhythm that needed no words. Yuki was the first to speak, her voice a soft murmur against the wind. The mission, it was so different, so many feelings. Naruto's gaze was fixed on the village below. It was what we were trained for, he replied, his voice calm and even. But you were different, she said, her voice filled with a quiet awe. You were so calm, so sure of yourself. You weren't afraid. Naruto's lips twitched into a small, almost imperceptible smile. There's no point in being afraid, he said simply. Fear is a distraction, and in a fight, distractions get you killed. Yuki nodded, a familiar blush creeping onto her cheeks. She was so used to his calm, logical way of thinking. She had seen him in his most terrifying and powerful moments, but in a strange way, she felt closer to him now than ever before. He was no longer a ghost to be feared, but a person she could talk to, a friend she could trust. Then, with a gentle, sudden movement, Naruto pulled her into a hug. The action was so unexpected that Yuki froze for a moment before melting into his arms. We've been so busy with the mission, Naruto admitted honestly, his voice a low hum against her hair, that we forgot to spend time together. Yuki's blush deepened, a warm flush spreading across her cheeks. She didn't say anything, but she didn't need to. With a quiet sigh of pure contentment, she nuzzled closer into Naruto's chest, her body relaxing completely into his embrace. The cold wind on the hill faded away, replaced by the warmth of their quiet, shared moment, the silent hunt. The Namake's household was a hive of controlled energy. The warm afternoon sun cast long shadows over the backyard, where the air was filled with the rhythmic clash of wooden training staves and the crackle of sparks. Kushina stood in the middle of the yard, her expression a mix of fierce concentration and maternal pride. She was putting Menma and Mito through a grueling taijutsu exercise, their movements now much more fluid and precise than before their mission in the Land of Waves. Every dodge and every strike was met with a word of encouragement or a sharp correction. They were a unified force, their twin-like movements a testament to their shared blood and their rigorous training. "Faster, Menma! Your guard is too low," she called out, her voice echoing through the yard. "Mito, your stance is too wide. You'll lose your balance," Minato's voice added, as he watched them with a quiet, paternal pride. A few yards away, however, on the veranda of the house, another figure sat in stark contrast to the lively training. Naruto was perched on the edge, his back to the bustling activity, completely absorbed in a large, intricate scroll. The scroll was a complex, high-level fuinjutsu text, filled with delicate symbols and complex diagrams. He didn't move, his eyes scanning the ancient text, his mind a quiet, unbothered place. He was a world away from the taijutsu lesson, his training a silent, individual pursuit that needed no coaching or encouragement. The only sounds he registered were the turning of the scroll and the occasional rustle of the wind. He was preparing in his own way, a silent genius with a plan that no one else could see. Naruto calmly closed his fuinjutsu scroll and began to walk away, his footsteps light and silent. He passed Menma and Mito without a glance, his purpose clear. "Naruto," Kushina's voice was hesitant, her hand half raised as if she was afraid to touch him. Naruto stopped but didn't turn around. He waited, his back to her, a still figure in the bustling yard. "Where are you going?" she asked, her voice softer than she intended. "Why aren't you training with us? You have to get ready for the Chunin exams." Naruto turned, his face calm and devoid of emotion. "I am getting ready," he said simply. "My training is different from theirs." He looked at Menma and Mito, who were still sparring, their movements filled with a furious, youthful energy. His gaze held no judgment, only a detached observation. "You don't need to worry about me." With that, he turned and continued his walk toward the gate, leaving a silent, unsettled Kushina standing in the yard. Kushina's eyes flashed with a familiar determination. She had spent a decade worrying about a son who she was told was weak, and now, when she finally looked at him, he was a stranger, a force she couldn't comprehend. "Then show me," she said, her voice firm, all hesitation gone. She dropped into her combat stance, a fighter's instincts taking over. Her hands came up, ready to fight, to force him to reveal the truth. A heavy sigh escaped Naruto's lips. He wasn't doing this to prove a point. He was doing it to end the conversation. Slowly, calmly, his blue eyes bled to a deep crimson, the black, three-tomoed Sharingan spinning lazily in his pupils. "I don't even need genjutsu to beat you," Naruto said, his voice flat and dismissive. In an instant, Kushina drew her sword, a flash of steel in the afternoon sun, and lunged at him. Naruto met her charge with a simple kunai, the two blades clashing with a metallic shriek. Kushina's experience and skill in kenjutsu were overwhelming. She was a master, her attacks a relentless torrent that forced Naruto to focus entirely on defense. The cold precision of her strikes kept him on his back foot, blocking every blow but unable to find an opening. With a series of quick backflips, Naruto created some distance and began to form hand seals. "As if I'll let you make any hand seal," Kushina roared, her chains erupting from her back. They coiled around Naruto, binding him tightly, and yanked him forward. Her fist, filled with chakra, pulled back, ready to deliver a definitive blow. The punch connected, hitting Naruto square in the chest, but the solid thud was followed by a flash of light. He dispersed in a crackle of lightning, leaving Kushina frozen and momentarily paralyzed. The real Naruto appeared behind her, his movements silent and impossibly fast. He placed the cold edge of a kunai against the back of her neck. The outcome was decided the moment you let your enemy get behind you, Naruto said in a cold, final voice. Kushina's eyes widened in a profound, gut-wrenching shock. The feeling of the kunai against her throat was cold, but it was the realization of what had just happened that truly paralyzed her. She wasn't just frozen by the lingering electrical current. She was frozen by the chilling truth of his power. This was no ordinary body replacement jutsu. This was a lightning-style clone, a high-level technique that required an immense amount of chakra control and precision. How had he learned it? Who had taught him? The fact that he could perform a jutsu of this caliber so flawlessly, without a word or a hint of effort, was a terrifying thought. Her gaze, wide and filled with a desperate awe, rose to meet his. He stood there, a phantom of the sun she thought she knew, the calm detachment in his eyes a stark contrast to her own spiraling panic. Her breath caught in her throat. She had challenged him to a fight, and he had just shown her how wide the gap between them truly was. Naruto calmly retreated the kunai, his movements as fluid and detached as ever. He put the blade back into his pouch, his expression returning to its usual placid state. How? Kushina stammered, her voice a shaky whisper, her eyes wide with a profound, disorienting shock. When? At this, Menma and Mito snapped out of their stupor. They had been watching the fight with a mix of awe and terror, but now, faced with their mother's disbelief, their own minds began to catch up. They were utterly dumbfounded, staring at the still-standing form of their brother in utter disbelief. The son they had always seen as an afterthought was now a stranger, a force with a secret power that had just defeated their mother in a single move. I created the lightning clone mid-backflip, while the real me used body flicker to hide and get behind you, Naruto explained calmly, his voice flat. He didn't need to elaborate. The words alone were enough for everyone to grasp the terrifying reality of his speed, his chakra control, and his cold, calculating genius. The room was silent, save for the rapid, shaky breathing of Kushina and Minato. Finally, Menma, his face pale with a mix of awe and shame, found his voice. How did you get so strong? He asked, the arrogance that had defined him for so long now completely gone. Naruto's eyes, clear and cold, shifted from his mother to his brother. His reply was a final, damning truth. Because I didn't have any nine tails or parents to fall back on. Minato, who had been a silent, stunned observer, finally moved. The words Naruto had spoken, so cold and cutting, had struck him to his core. He walked from the porch and stepped between Naruto and the others, breaking the tense silence. Son, Minato said, his voice firm but laced with a clear thread of paternal concern. You're training for the Chunin exams? He paused, his blue eyes meeting Naruto's calm gaze. Should I train you? Naruto looked at Minato, his gaze holding none of the coldness from moments ago. A flicker of something unreadable, perhaps a fragile truce, passed between them. Perhaps later? Naruto said, his voice polite and measured. I have a team meeting, just about now. He offered his father a slight, almost imperceptible nod. It was a small gesture, but it held a world of meaning. Of all of them, Minato was the only one who had truly been trying to understand him, to bridge the immense gap that had grown between them. Naruto offered a final, polite nod to his parents. Minato stood, his hand half raised, wanting to say more. But before he could, Naruto's form flickered. In a silent burst of speed, he vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint trace of wind in his wake. He reappeared a moment later in a different location entirely. Training Ground 12. The secluded, forested area was empty save for his teammates. Kagami was practicing a series of taijutsu forms, his movements precise and controlled, while Yuki sat quietly on a fallen log, her eyes closed in meditation. You're late, Kagami said without turning, his voice holding a hint of a friendly challenge. I ran into some family, Naruto replied calmly, walking toward them. He took a seat next to Yuki, his presence a quiet, centering force. She opened her eyes, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. He was here now where he was meant to be, with the people who understood him without question. Naruto watched his teammates, a moment of silent understanding passing between them. The sun began to set, casting long, orange shadows across the training ground. "So, have you two made your mind about the Chunin exams?" Naruto asked, his voice calm and direct. Kagami huffed, turning his head away with a nonchalant air, but his cheeks were faintly flushed. "Sasuke's entering," she said, the words a low murmur filled with a fierce Uchiha pride. "So I will too." A brief silence followed, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves. Yuki looked at Naruto, a quiet, determined resolve in her eyes. Slowly, she nodded, not wanting to let her only family down. Naruto stood before his two teammates, his voice calm and serious. "So, as we know, the Chunin exams are held in 3 stages. He held up a finger for each point. First is a written test, which is designed to test our ability to gather information under pressure. Second is a survival and intel-gathering exam, and the third is the one-on-one matchups." Yuki nodded, her expression focused. "And Teams 7, 8, 9, and 10, and 11 are all participating," she added, her voice quiet but firm. Kagami, her arms crossed over her chest, turned her head away with a huff. "So, I'm not scared." "And to top it off," Naruto said, his voice calm, and even as he looked at the setting sun, "all 5 great nations will be participating. We should focus the remaining time to strategize," Yuki said, her voice quiet but firm. "I'll ask Ne-san to give me the crow contract," Kagami said, her voice filled with a quiet determination. She crossed her arms, a familiar spark of Uchiha pride in her eyes. "He hasn't given it to Sasuke yet. I wonder if he'll give it to me. I too have a crow contract, you know?" Naruto's voice came from behind Kagami, causing her to jump. He walked towards them, a faint, teasing smile on his lips. "If he doesn't give it to you, then I will." Kagami's mouth fell open, her Uchiha pride momentarily forgotten in the face of this unexpected revelation. A crow contract was a high-level summoning, and for Naruto to possess one was another chilling reminder of the depth of his secret power. Naruto's gaze then shifted to Yuki, his voice softening. "And what about you?" The sun was a warm, silent witness as Yuki looked at her teammates. "I have a leopard contract," she said, her voice a calm whisper. The statement hung in the air like a phantom bell. Kagami's jaw went slack, her prideful stance shattering in an instant. Naruto's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine shock crossing his features for the first time. He had meticulously studied his teammates, calculated their every strength and weakness, but this was a silent strength he had completely missed. It was a terrifying thought for a strategist. Yuki remained composed, her gaze unwavering. The quiet girl who preferred to remain in the background had just revealed a hidden power that surprised even a genius like Naruto. "Nice, nice," Naruto said, a rare, genuine smile on his face. "This makes it easier." He walked over to a nearby pack, rummaging through it before pulling out a small, worn scroll. With a series of quick hand seals, he pressed it against Kagami's palm, the blood from the contract activating the seal. "I'll give you the crow contract. That way, we'll all have 1 contract each." Kagami looked down at the scroll in her hand, a flicker of shock and gratitude in her eyes, her tsundere facade momentarily forgotten. "Here's the plan," Naruto continued, his voice shifting back into its calm, strategic tone. "Kagami's crows will scout the area for us. Their ability to cover vast distances will give us a huge advantage." He looked at Yuki. "My slugs can split and act as a communication line, providing real-time information and support by healing." Finally, he looked at Kagami again. "And Yuki's leopards will be very useful in direct confrontation." The 3 genins stood together, the afternoon sun a warm, silent witness. Each of them now possessed a unique power, and for the first time, they felt less like a group of individuals and more like a single, unified force. The strategy was set. All that was left to do was to face the Chunin exam. The strategy session was over, and the 3 teammates began to pack up their gear. As Naruto turned to leave, a soft whisper drifted on the wind. He stopped and turned, his brow furrowed in confusion. He couldn't quite make out the words, and his mind, ever logical, demanded clarity. "What? Come again?" he asked, looking at Yuki, who was now blushing intensely. She took a deep breath, her hands clenching at her sides, and then, in a rush of panicked, terrified honesty, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "I said, will you go on a date with me?" The words hung in the air, a profound declaration in the quiet training ground. She gasped, her shock at her own boldness quickly turning into a wave of profound embarrassment. Naruto simply stood there, stunned. He looked at her flushed face, at the raw vulnerability in her eyes. His mind, so often analytical and cold, was completely blank. Slowly, his arms came up and pulled her into a tight hug. Her body, rigid with shock, slowly melted into his embrace. "I would like that," Naruto said, his voice a low, gentle murmur against her hair. The night air was cool, a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves of the trees. Naruto walked alone, the lingering warmth of his date with Yuki still a comforting presence. He had wanted to stay, to spend the night with the one person who felt like home, but he had to return to his so-called home eventually. By the time he reached the Namikaze household, the scent of a home-cooked meal was already drifting through the air. In the kitchen, Kushina was humming a gentle tune as she prepared dinner. In the living room, Minato sat with Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. The three legendary Sannin engaged in a low, serious conversation. Menma and Mito were being themselves, their loud, boisterous laughter filling the room as they spoke to their godparents. But Naruto's gaze fell on someone else, a face he hadn't seen in a quiet while. A calm, weary man with deep lines of wisdom on his face, sitting quietly in a corner, nursing a cup of tea. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the retired third Hokage. Naruto stepped silently into the living room, a quiet phantom in the bustling household. He walked past the loud conversation between the Sannin and the rest of his family, his gaze fixed on the quiet figure in the corner. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from his cup of tea, his wrinkled face creasing into a genuine, grandfatherly smile. "Naruto-kun," he said, his voice a warm, gentle rumble. "It's good to see you." Naruto approached, his movements respectful and calm, a stark contrast to the boisterous energy in the room. He took a seat in the chair opposite the old man. "Gigi," he replied, a faint, genuine smile on his own face. Hiruzen didn't ask about the mission or the Chunin exams. He looked at Naruto's face, at the quiet strength in his eyes, and asked a different question entirely. "How have you been, my boy?" "Truly?" Naruto took a moment, a rare flicker of raw emotion in his eyes. He didn't have to pretend with Hiruzen. "I've been good, Gigi. I've been training, learning, and I think I'm happy." A satisfied, knowing look passed between them. It was a simple statement, but it held a world of meaning. The old man had watched him from a distance, respected his solitude, and in that quiet corner, in the midst of his chaotic family, Naruto felt more understood than ever before. Naruto sat in a quiet corner beside the window, finding a rare moment of peace in the chaotic house. The family's loud chatter was a comfortable backdrop to his thoughts, but his peace was quickly interrupted by a loud, boisterous voice. "What is it I hear about you having a girlfriend?" The toad sage, Jiraiya, boomed, a wide, proud grin on his face. "You're the only one worthy of my teachings," he continued with anime-style tears streaming down his face. Jiraiya then leaned in, a perverted grin stretching across his face, and slyly handed Naruto a worn, orange book. "Here," he whispered. "This'll help you when you take your relationship to the next level." Just then, two enraged presences filled the room. Tsunade's face had a visible tick mark on her forehead as she stomped over and grabbed Jiraiya's arm with a vice-like grip. "Are you trying to make my grandchild a pervert like you?" Tsunade asked in a tone so sweet it was completely opposite to the dangerous aura she was emitting. Kushina, who had been initially angry at Jiraiya, froze as the full meaning of his words sank in. Her eyes went wide with shock. She slowly turned to Minato, who was just as stunned as she was. "Naruto has been dating?" she asked, and only got a surprised look in return. The chaos from Jiraiya's outburst had settled, leaving a tense, charged silence in the living room. All eyes were on Naruto, but it was Kushina who finally broke the quiet. She walked over to him, her initial anger at Jiraiya replaced by a desperate, maternal curiosity. "Naruto," she said, her voice softer than before, betraying the vulnerability in her eyes. Do you have a girlfriend?" Naruto looked at her, his expression a quiet mask. He didn't blush or get flustered. He simply gave her a calm, direct look. "Yes," he replied. A gasp went through the room. Menma and Mito exchanged a stunned look. Minato watched with a mix of awe and a dawning sense of guilt. What's her name?" Kushina asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Her name is Yuki," Naruto said, the name sounding as familiar and comfortable on his tongue as it felt in his heart. A heavy silence fell over the room. The name Yuki was a stranger's name to them, but the way Naruto had said it, so soft and familiar, filled Kushina with a desperate need to know more. Before she could ask, however, Orochimaru, who had been sitting calmly near Hiruzen, spoke with a gentle, paternal smile. "Yuki," he said, his voice a low, kind hum. "She is a prodigy. The last known member of the Yuki clan of the Land of Water, blessed with the ice release, Hayatan." He looked at Naruto, then back at Kushina, a look of profound respect in his golden eyes. "I found her a child of war. I took her in and gave her a home, a chance to grow. Her potential was beautiful, and I felt it needed to be nurtured, not left to wither away." Orochimaru's gaze finally settled on Hiruzen, a complex, knowing affection in his eyes. "I placed her on Naruto's team because I saw how deeply lonely they both were. He so misunderstood and she so alone. I saw a silent strength in them both, a quiet resilience that would find a home in one another. I simply provided the opportunity." The room was filled with a new, humbling silence. Minato, Kushina, and the other Sannin looked from Orochimaru's warm, kind face to Hiruzen, who was watching his former student with a proud, contented smile. The living room was quiet now, the loud chatter gone, replaced by a profound, humbling silence. The family and the Sannin sat in a state of quiet reflection, each of them grappling with the full truth of Naruto's world. Kushina was the one to break the silence. She looked at her son, her eyes no longer filled with shock or anger, but with a deep, aching curiosity. "What else is there that we don't know about you?" she asked, her voice soft and fragile. Naruto's gaze, calm and steady, met hers. He didn't answer right away. He simply looked at them all, at the stunned faces of his family, at the quiet concern of the Sannin. There was no anger in his eyes, no resentment. His face was a quiet mask, and in his silence he simply waited. Finally, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. "Well, is there anything that you know about me?" Naruto said calmly. He then looked away from them, his gaze resting on the window, on the darkness outside. "You don't really expect me to tell you all things that happened in the past 13 years? The quiet words hung in the air, a final, devastating truth that shattered whatever composure Kushina had left. She had no answer. She couldn't speak, not with the weight of her son's past bearing down on her. Her eyes, red and swollen with unshed tears, finally found his. She took a shaky step towards him, her hands trembling at her sides. "You're right," she whispered, her voice cracking with the admission. "You're absolutely right. We were so wrong." She didn't try to make an excuse. She didn't try to apologize for the past. She simply looked at him with an honest, raw sincerity, a mother finally seeing her son for the first time. "But please," she pleaded, her voice a quiet, desperate plea. "Tell us about them, about the good days, about the bad. Tell us about the life we weren't a part of. Please, Naruto, let us get to know you now." "I don't know what to tell, what to not," Naruto said, his voice quiet, almost lost in the silence. His gaze, which had been so steady, finally dropped to the floor. It was a moment of profound vulnerability. He wasn't being difficult or stubborn. He was being honest. The past 13 years were a complex tapestry of triumph and loneliness, of kindness from strangers and neglect from family. He couldn't simply pick and choose which threads to show them. It was a single, painful story, and he was not ready to tell it. The weight of his words settled over the room like a shroud. There was nothing to say. Kushina's eyes filled with tears, her outstretched hand falling limply to her side. Minato, too, was speechless. The full, devastating reality of his son's solitude now a crushing burden. Naruto, unable to bear the weight of their silent grief, simply turned and walked away. He wasn't running from them. He was retreating into the safe solitude he had always known. "Don't get me wrong. I love you." "Really?" Naruto said, his voice hesitant, the words a quiet whisper in the tense silence. He didn't look up, his finger tracing a familiar pattern on the worn wooden table. "But I just don't know how to be close to you." The quiet confession was a dagger to Kushina's heart, but it was also a lifeline. She felt the tears well in her eyes, a tidal wave of guilt and relief finally breaking free. Her body trembled, and she took a single, wobbly step toward him. Minato's composure, the unbreakable shield of the Hokage, also wavered. His face, usually so calm, was a mix of immense relief and profound heartbreak. He had no words, only the crushing weight of his failure. Kushina knelt beside Naruto, her hand reaching out to gently touch his arm. "We don't know either, honey," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "We don't know how. We never gave ourselves the chance to learn. But we can learn now. We'll figure it out together." Minato walked toward them and knelt as well, his hand resting on Naruto's shoulder. "Your mother is right," he said, his voice thick. "We'll do whatever it takes. Please, let us try." Across the room, the three Sannin watched in silence. Jiraiya's boisterous demeanor was gone, replaced by a rare, quiet respect. Tsunade's eyes, usually so sharp and unforgiving, were soft with empathy. Even Orochimaru, in his own way, seemed to be watching a profound truth unfold. This wasn't a family. This was an impossible, fractured thing. And now, for the first time, it was beginning the slow, painful process of healing. Menma and Mito had been silent observers, watching their parents' composure shatter, a sight that shook their own unwavering belief in their family's perfection. Menma's face was a mask of stunned confusion, unable to process the raw, painful emotions now flooding the room. He had always known Naruto was different, but he had never understood the full, chilling extent of his brother's solitude. But Mito's reaction was more complex. As she watched her parents' tearful pleas, a new emotion, cold and unfamiliar, began to stir in her gut. She had always been the confident, beloved child. She was the one with the Kyuubi's immense chakra, the one who was meant to be the hero. Yet here was Naruto, not only with a legendary forbidden jutsu and a powerful summoning contract, but with a girlfriend who possessed a fearsome Kekii Genkai of her own. A bitter jealousy, subtle and corrosive, began to seep into her. She had never met this Yuki, but she hated her already. This quiet, unknown girl had a connection to her brother, a bond of shared solitude and hidden strength that Mito, for all her boisterous confidence, could never understand. She watched her parents' tearful faces, her own anger a sharp, ugly contrast to their grief. Her brother wasn't supposed to have his own life, not one so full of secrets and power, not one that she wasn't a part of. The sight of Naruto, who had always been so easily ignored, now the center of her parents' desperate attention, was more than she could bear. He was theirs. He belonged to them, to the family, to her. He didn't belong to some strange girl from a forgotten clan. A fierce, possessive anger began to burn in her eyes. It was one thing for him to have a secret life, but it was another entirely for that life to include someone who had replaced them. She strode over to where Naruto was standing, her face a mask of false calm. She slipped her arm around his, her grip a little too tight, her presence a loud and possessive declaration. "Come on, Naru," she said, her voice sugary sweet but with an unmistakable edge. "You're home now. We should all spend some time together, as a family." Mito's arm was a bold, possessive statement, a subtle threat to the fragile truce that had just formed. The saccharine tone of her voice and the familiar nickname were not a sign of affection, but a desperate claim of ownership. Minato and Kushina, who had just been humbled by Naruto's vulnerability, saw it for what it was. Their grief and guilt were instantly replaced by a sharp, paternal disappointment. They had just begun to understand the immense loneliness Naruto had endured, and here was their daughter, trying to reassert the very dynamic that had caused it. Minato's voice, usually so calm and kind, was now firm and laced with a quiet sternness. "Mito," he said, his eyes meeting hers with a cold, direct stare she had never seen before. "Let go of your brother." Kushina's hand came up, a clear signal to stop. "That is enough," she said, her voice low and dangerous. "This is not about you. You will respect his space." Mito froze, her face a mask of shocked defiance. She had never been spoken to like this. She had never been put in her place. The immense, possessive rage that had consumed her now turned on her parents. She didn't understand. She wasn't the one with the girlfriend, the secret jutsu, the hidden life. She was the one who was supposed to be the center of attention. Naruto, for his part, remained impassive, his expression unreadable. For the first time, he was not just a spectator in his own family's drama. He was a spectator in his own defense. Menma, who had been a silent, stunned witness, finally stepped forward. He put a hand on his sister's shoulder, his eyes wide with a profound confusion. He had never seen his parents look at Mito that way, and he had never seen her act so selfish. "Mito," he said, his voice quiet, his usual bravado gone. "Stop it. You're not helping." He then looked at Naruto, a plea in his eyes. We just want to understand." Menma's plea hung in the air, a final, desperate gasp for understanding. But Naruto's gaze was sharp, and his voice, when he finally spoke, was calm and filled with a cold, devastating clarity. He looked first at Menma, then at Mito, and finally at his parents, his gaze holding each of them accountable. "Understand?" he asked, his voice low and pointed. "What do you want to understand?" He paused, letting the silence grow and the full weight of his questions settle upon them. The family was frozen, their faces a mix of guilt and profound confusion. Naruto's expression softened, but only slightly. His next words were not a condemnation but a difficult, honest challenge. "Where should we start?" Naruto's question hung in the air, a silent, devastating challenge. The family, so used to being the ones in control, were completely paralyzed. Where could they possibly begin to untangle 13 years of silence and missed moments? The sheer weight of it was unbearable. Kushina was the first to move. She took a shaky step towards him, her eyes brimming with fresh tears. Her voice was a broken whisper, utterly devoid of its usual ferocity. "We don't know, Naruto," she confessed, her head shaking slowly. "We don't know where to start. We don't even know what we're looking for. The past 13 years. We weren't there." Minato, who had been a silent observer, moved to stand beside his wife, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. He looked at Naruto, his face a perfect mirror of Kushina's anguish and hope. "You're right," Minato said, his voice quiet and filled with a rare, humbling defeat. "We don't know anything, so tell us the beginning. Tell us about the first mission you had with a real team. Tell us about the first time you ate ramen alone. Tell us about a fight you won. Tell us about a friend you made." His voice grew steadier, a desperate plea for a second chance. "We don't need to know everything at once. We'll start with one day, one memory, and we'll go from there." "My friend," Naruto repeated quietly, a small, wry smile on his face. He looked at his parents, at Menma, and finally at Mito, his gaze holding each of them accountable. "I have Shikamaru, Kagami, and Yuki." The names were a silent, devastating blow. Minato and Kushina's faces fell, their hope and desperate plea now mixed with a fresh wave of guilt. They knew Shikamaru, of course, the heir to the Nara clan. The thought that he was close to their son, a fact they had never known, was a crushing realization. Mito, however, was no longer just shocked or hurt. She was consumed by a new, more venomous jealousy. It was one thing for him to have a girlfriend with a Kekkei Genkai, but a friend? A teammate? Another girl? A fellow Uchiha who was also a rival to her? It was too much. The possessive fury she felt for Yuki now extended to Kagami as well. Naruto wasn't just dating someone outside of her control. He had an entire life outside of her control. A life filled with friends she didn't know. A life that didn't include her. She stood there, her body rigid with a silent, simmering rage, her eyes fixed on her brother, as if he were a puzzle she now desperately needed to solve. Naruto looked at his father, his expression still calm and unreadable. He had been asked about his friends, about the life he had lived away from them. He chose to start with the simplest things. "Shikamaru," Naruto said, his voice flat. "He's just lazy. All he does is play shogi and say, troublesome." Naruto looked at his mother and sister, his gaze calm and unwavering. "Yuki and Kagami are part of Team 12 with me. We go on missions together." His voice softened just a little, a subtle change that held a world of meaning. "Yuki is a very kind and gentle soul. Her family left her behind during the bloodline purge of the mist, and she's been timid ever since." Kushina's breath caught in her throat. The words hit her like a physical blow. Her son's friend was an orphan of war, a survivor of a brutal massacre, a child who had been abandoned and lived a life of quiet fear, a life she had been completely oblivious to. "And Kagami?" Kushina asked, her voice barely a whisper. Naruto's expression didn't change, but his tone was filled with a subtle, protective pride. "Kagami is a proud Uchiha. She and Sasuke are in a competition to see who's stronger." The room was quiet, the silence heavy with the weight of Naruto's words. Minato and Kushina stood frozen, the reality of their son's life settling over them like a cold blanket. But it was the detail about Yuki that struck Kushina the hardest. She looked at Naruto, her eyes no longer filled with guilt, but with a deep, aching empathy. The mention of the bloodline purge in the mist had unlocked a memory she had long buried. "A refugee of war," Kushina said, her voice barely a whisper, a distant look in her eyes. Her family left her behind. She remembered being a child, alone and afraid, a refugee from the land of whirlpools after her own clan was wiped out. She remembered the cold, terrifying feeling of losing everything, of being left with nothing but her own survival. She had been just like Yuki. I understand," Kushina said, her voice breaking. "My village and my clan were wiped out in the end of the Second Great Shinobi War. I became a refugee too. The fear of being alone, of not knowing where you belong. I know that feeling." Naruto's quiet expression shifted. He looked at his mother, at the tears in her eyes, a side of her he had never seen. This was not the loud, boisterous woman he knew, but a vulnerable human being who had once been just as alone as he was. Seeing Kushina's tears, Naruto felt a familiar pang of weariness. The conversation was too much for all of them. He wasn't running away, but he knew when to step back. "It's getting late," he said quietly, his voice a calm anchor in the emotional storm. "And tomorrow is the Chunin exams. I have to be ready." He turned his gaze to Menma, whose face was a mask of stunned exhaustion. "You two need some rest, don't you?" Menma simply nodded, his usual loud confidence gone, replaced by a quiet, humbling respect for his brother. Naruto then looked at Kushina, his eyes soft with a compassion she had never seen from him before. "We'll talk later," he said gently, "when you're in a better mood, okay?" Kushina's lower lip trembled, and for a moment, it seemed like she was going to argue. But the pain in Naruto's eyes, his exhaustion, and the quiet compassion in his voice stopped her. She gave a slow, hesitant nod, a silent acknowledgement of his request. And then she moved. She took a shaky step forward and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a tight, desperate hug. It wasn't the boisterous, cheerful hug of a mother's reunion. It was a desperate embrace, a silent apology, a promise to be better. Naruto's body was stiff at first, and used to such raw, unfiltered affection from her. But slowly, tentatively, he wrapped his arms around her in return. A quiet comfort for a mother who had just found a son she had long lost. The rest of the family watched in silence. Minato, his eyes filled with a fresh wave of tears, simply gave his son a small, knowing nod. Menma and Mito, humbled and confused, stood a few feet away, their usual boisterous energy replaced by a heavy silence. After a long moment, Kushina finally let go. The hug had said everything words could not. With a collective understanding, the family began to break apart. One by one, they all quietly departed for their rooms, leaving behind a living room that, for the first time in 13 years, was filled with a sense of hope. After the long, draining conversation in the living room, Naruto retreated to the quiet solitude of his room. He wanted nothing more than to be alone with his thoughts, to process the emotional turmoil that had just unfolded. He closed the door behind him and sighed, but the sigh was cut short. Without a knock, the door opened again. Mito walked in, her face a mask of simmering jealousy and anger. She didn't ask for permission. She simply walked to his bed and sat down, her presence a loud and unwanted intrusion. Naruto turned, his expression a weary blank. He didn't speak. He simply looked at her, his quiet, unimpressed gaze asking the question she refused to. What do you want? Mito's glare was a tangible weight in the small room. She sat on the edge of the bed, her hands clenched into fists in her lap. Her voice, when she finally spoke, was a low, hostile whisper, devoid of its usual cheer. Tell me about them, she said, her eyes fixed on him. Tell me about Kagami. Her voice was tinged with a silent accusation, a question she was afraid to ask out loud. Why her over me? She finally demanded, her voice rising with a mix of confusion and anger. I'm your sister. We're family. Naruto looked at his twin, a quiet weariness in his eyes. He wasn't angry or resentful. He was just tired. We haven't been a family, not for a long time, Naruto said calmly, his voice flat and even. And I don't blame you. It's just that I don't know how to be close to you. He paused, and for the first time, his gaze drifted to the floor, a hint of vulnerability in his posture. As a matter of fact, I'm not really that close with Kagami either. Just close enough to fight side by side. The quiet confession was the final straw for Mito. Her jealousy was replaced by a furious, heartbroken anger. How could he say that? How could he dismiss the very thing she was so desperate to be a part of? That's not fair, Mito argued, her voice rising in a shout. We're your family. We're the ones who have always been here. You can't just throw that away because you're angry at us. Open your eyes, Mito, Naruto said, his voice calm, but filled with a profound, quiet weariness. He looked directly at her, his gaze unwavering. You've been never there for me, not when it really mattered. The words were not a shout of anger, but a simple statement of fact. They hit Mito with the force of a physical blow, silencing her outburst instantly. She stared at him, her face a mask of shocked disbelief. And also, he continued, his voice dropping to a low, devastating whisper, I'm not angry. Mito's mouth opened, a rush of furious words building on her tongue. Her mind, fueled by jealousy and pride, was desperate for a rebuttal, a way to tear down the calm, devastating truth Naruto had just laid bare. She wanted to yell, to argue, to demand an explanation, but the words wouldn't come. She looked at him, at his quiet, weary expression, and she saw it. She saw the moments she wasn't there. She saw the lonely birthdays, the unseen victories, the quiet struggles, the times she had laughed with Menma and left him alone, the times she had celebrated her own power while he had struggled in silence. His words were not an attack. They were a fact. And her mind, which had always been so quick to find an argument, was completely, painfully empty. She stood there, frozen, the silent, crushing weight of his truth finally hitting her. The argument was over before it could even begin. Mito stood frozen, the silent, crushing weight of his truth finally hitting her. She stared at him, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. I'll be honest, Naruto said, his voice a low, final whisper. Yuki is the only person I truly love. He watched the last flicker of fire die in her eyes, leaving behind a profound emptiness. His words were not a weapon, but a confession. I love you, too. Don't get me wrong, he continued, his gaze drifting to the floor. But the thing is, I don't have to pretend with Yuki. A flash of furious pain crossed Mito's face. She felt the tears welling in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Instead, she pushed the pain deep down, replacing it with a fresh layer of anger. She couldn't let it end like this. She couldn't lose him. You're wrong, she shouted, her voice thick with a mix of rage and desperation. You're just throwing us away. We're your family. You can't replace us. Her argument was illogical, a desperate plea to an imaginary rule book. You can't just decide you don't need us anymore. Instead of arguing back, Naruto simply walked forward and wrapped his arms around her. Mito's body went rigid with shock, her angry shouts dying in her throat. She had expected him to push her away, to argue back, to meet her anger with his own. But he didn't. He just held her, a silent, comforting weight against her. Her anger, so desperate and hot just a moment ago, began to dissipate, replaced by a profound and painful sadness. She buried her face in his shoulder, and finally, all the tears she had held back came pouring out. She cried, a broken, racking sob that shook her entire body. The tears were not just from her anger and frustration, but from the crushing weight of her own guilt. She cried for the lonely boy she had so carelessly ignored, for the life he had lived away from her, for the truth of his words that had shattered her pride. "I'm sorry," she sobbed, her voice a broken whisper against his shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Naruto, for being so selfish, for not seeing you, for not being there when it really mattered." Naruto's hands, which had been gently holding her, tightened their grip. He didn't speak a word. He just held her tighter, his own quiet presence a testament to a forgiveness she couldn't yet believe. He gently stroked her hair, his movements slow and comforting, a silent acknowledgement of her apology. He was still here. That was all that mattered. #Chunin exam ##. The night passed, carrying with it the raw, emotional weight of the previous evening. When morning came, it brought with it a quiet sense of hope. At breakfast, the Namikaze family, for the first time in 13 years, felt like a true unit. There were no strained silences or awkward glances, only a shared, comfortable warmth. After a quick family hug, a new ritual that spoke volumes, Naruto made his way to meet his team. The Chunin exams had already begun. The first test, a written portion, was a breeze. As it turned out, the entire thing was a scam. The real test was about courage, and by simply choosing to attempt the 10th question, they had passed. Now, Team 12, Naruto, Yuki, and Kagami, were running through the forest of death. The air was thick and heavy, filled with the unsettling sounds of the forest's unseen inhabitants. They had secured a heaven scroll during their initial dash, and now their mission was simple: find an earth scroll. Naruto moved with a quiet, confident grace that was a far cry from the loud, clumsy boy his family remembered. He was in his element, his instincts sharp, his senses alive to every threat. A silent glance passed between him and his teammates, a testament to their well-practiced rhythm. Yuki, ever vigilant, scanned the treetops, while Kagami, a hand on her katana, looked for signs of arrival. Didn't take long. A rustle in the bushes ahead led them to a team, their movements slow and their chakra signatures weak. They were injured, their clothes torn, but they had the earth scroll. The injured team was bait. Naruto's team knew this instinctively. This wasn't a fight. It was a trap. Kagami's crows spiraled above the canopy, her Sharingan relaying information in a continuous stream. She saw the hidden tripwires, the concealed explosive tags, and the shadowy figures waiting in the trees. There were at least 3 more shinobi, well hidden and ready to ambush. A tiny version of Katsuyu, the slug summon, sat on Naruto's shoulder, its translucent body glowing faintly. "The team's injuries are superficial, Naruto," she whispered into his ear, her voice a calm hum. "They are acting as bait. The enemy team is waiting in the trees ahead." Yuki's stance was a study in poise. The air around her grew cold as her chakra pulsed, ready to summon her snow leopard at a moment's notice. Her eyes, sharp and alert, scanned the forest floor, watching for any sign of a surprise attack. Naruto's voice was a low murmur, a quiet command that held no uncertainty. "We won't fall for it. Yuki, on my signal, release your jutsu on their position. Kagami, I'll need a smokescreen." The enemy team, thinking they had the advantage, began to move, but they were already too late. "Formation 5, attack pattern 8, Naruto said calmly. A tiny, translucent Katsuyu on his shoulder relayed the command, its voice a soft hum that traveled to the other slugs perched on Kagami and Yuki's shoulders. Kagami had initially been hesitant to let a slimy slug touch her, but after some thought, she had reluctantly agreed, a silent sign of her growing trust in Naruto's leadership. "On it," Kagami replied. She bit her thumb, forming a quick seal, and a cloud of thick, black crows erupted from her body. The crows, a classic Uchiha technique, swarmed the forest, creating a dense, confusing smokescreen. Yuki's hands were already moving through a series of fluid seals. The air around her grew colder, and with a silent pop, several miniature snow leopards materialized from the ground. They moved with a chilling grace, their forms half solid and half ice, silently stalking the enemy team. Naruto moved in, a kunai in hand, his movements a blur in the chaos. He didn't need to see his targets. He could feel their fear, their desperation. This wasn't a fight. It was a hunt. The trap was sprung. The IWA team, a group of 3 with grim determination, was a mix of anger and shock as they saw their plan fail. They were expecting a full-blown assault, but what they got was a silent, graceful hunter. Naruto dropped down from the canopy, landing with a soft thud. He stood alone in the clearing, his hands tucked into his pockets, his posture calm and confident. He wasn't a monster. He was a negotiator. "I know you have the Earth Scroll," Naruto said, his voice a low, level tone. "Give it to me, and I'll leave you unharmed." A moment later, a tangible weight of threat descended upon them. The air was filled with the silent flutter of wings as a cloud of black crows descended from the canopy, their beady eyes glinting in the dim light. They landed on the tree branches and on the ground, a silent, menacing guard. From the dense undergrowth, a pair of graceful, translucent leopards emerged, their icy forms as silent as death. They were not just animals. They were a direct and chilling threat. "Fine," he snarled, his voice thick with defeat. He unclasped a small pouch from his belt and pulled out a rolled-up scroll. He threw it at Naruto's feet with a loud thud. "Take it, you brat. It's not worth our lives." Naruto bent down and picked up the scroll. He didn't gloat or celebrate. He simply gave the 3 shinobi a calm, parting look. "You're free to go," he said. The IWA team didn't need to be told twice. They disappeared into the forest as quickly as they could, leaving Naruto's team with the Earth Scroll and an easy victory. The IWA team was gone, and the Earth Scroll was in Naruto's hands. The mission was a success, but the exam was far from over. "Formation 2 on guard," Naruto said, his voice a low, level command. He tucked the scroll into his pouch and looked at his teammates. "We'll make our way to the tower now." The team didn't hesitate. Yuki's chakra flared as she took a position at the front of the formation, her eyes scanning the path ahead for any traps. Kagami moved to the rear, her Sharingan active, watching their flank. Naruto took the center, a silent, unwavering pillar of strength. Their movements were a practiced, effortless dance, a testament to their time together. The jungle's oppressive quiet had returned, but they were no longer a part of it. They were a single, cohesive unit, and they were moving with a purpose. With the quiet grace of birds moving through the wind, Team 12 made it to the tower. They were the first ones there. The air was still and silent, the tower's interior a hollow echo of the forest's vibrant life. Naruto, Yuki, and Kagami stood in a small, tense circle, holding the 2 scrolls. A faint light emanated from the scrolls, and a familiar face materialized from the chakra. It was Orochimaru, the warm, paternal figure who had trained them. "You have done well," he said, his voice a low, genuine hum. A small smile touched his lips, one filled with profound pride. "You are the first to arrive at the tower. I am here to congratulate you." He paused, letting the information sink in. "You have not only been the first team to arrive, but you have also broken Itachi's record. You are officially the fastest team to ever complete this stage of the Chunin exams." A wave of shock, followed by a quiet, burning pride, washed over the 3 shinobi. They had not been in a rush. They had simply worked together as a single, cohesive unit. They had just surpassed a legend, a testament to their strength, their skill, and the bond they had forged in the solitude of their training. Orochimaru smiled, a genuine, warm expression that was a stark contrast to the world's perception of him. "You have surpassed all my expectations," he said, his voice a low hum of pride. "But you are not the only teams taking this exam. You must wait for 5 days until the second stage is over." He gestured to the vast, empty halls of the tower. "Think of it as a reward for your speed. You will have all the time you need to rest and prepare for the next stage." Naruto, Kagami, and Yuki exchanged a look of quiet understanding. Their mission was over for now. They would wait. They had come to the tower not just as teammates, but as a family, and now they had 5 days to simply be. Well, that's just great, Kagami grumbled, folding her arms across her chest. She scoffed, turning her head away to hide a faint flush. 5 days stuck with you idiots. I'd rather be fighting in the forest. Yuki gave a small, gentle smile. But Kagami, we've broken the record. We're safe now. So what? Kagami snapped, but as she spoke, she unfastened a small pouch from her belt and tossed a bag of rice crackers to Yuki and a water bottle to Naruto. Don't get cocky. We still have the final stage to worry about. Naruto caught the water bottle and smirked. He knew she cared. He could see it in the way she handed out the snacks, in the way she pretended not to look at them. Thanks, Kagami-chan, Naruto said, his grin widening. You're a real softie, you know that? Kagami's face turned a deep shade of red, and she let out an irritated growl. Shut up, Baka, she yelled, but the fire in her eyes was all for show. The three of them, in their own quiet way, were home. The first day of their 5-day wait began in the quiet halls of the tower. Having proven their worth in the Forest of Death, the three members of Team 12 settled into a rhythm of their own. Yuki, ever timid but not shy, sat in a quiet corner, her eyes closed as she meditated. Her presence was a calming anchor, a gentle warmth that radiated out to her teammates. She was comfortable in her own quiet space, her senses still sharp and alert. Kagami, on the other hand, was restless. She paced the room, her hands on her hips, her mind already racing ahead to the final stage. This is a waste of time, she grumbled, her voice tinged with a familiar frustration. We should be training, not wasting away. Naruto, who had been lazily stretching on the floor, simply chuckled. Calm down, Kagami-chan, he teased, a calm smile on his face. Even a super ninja like you needs a break sometimes. Kagami's face flushed, and she huffed, turning her back to him. Don't call me that, moron, and I don't need a break. We need to be ready for anyone. Naruto just laughed, but his eyes were gentle. He knew her anger was a mask for her worry. He looked at Yuki, who had opened her eyes and was watching them with a small, knowing smile. He smiled back, a quiet understanding passing between them. The three of them, in their own unique way, were home. Naruto smiled, a small, knowing grin that instantly put Kagami on edge. So what's with the extra food, Kagami-chan? You worried we're gonna starve without you? Kagami's face turned a deep shade of red, and she huffed, turning her back to him. Don't get cocky, moron. I just don't want to be stuck with a couple of weaklings who can't even get their own food. She tossed a bag of rice crackers at Yuki and a water bottle at Naruto, her movements sharp and deliberate. Yuki caught the bag with a small, grateful smile. Thank you, Kagami-chan. Naruto took a sip of water, his grin widening. You know, you're a real softie, you know that? Shut up, moron, Kagami yelled, her voice filled with a fake irritation. She then looked at the two of them, her eyes softened just a little. We should start training tomorrow. We'll need to be ready for anyone who comes to challenge us. Naruto and Yuki exchanged a look, a quiet understanding passing between them. They were not just a team, they were a family. The second day in the tower brought more teams, breaking the quiet solitude of the past day. Among them were Team 7 and Team 11, the rivals and acquaintances Team 12 had trained alongside. The first to move was Sasuke. His eyes, as dark and stormy as a midnight sky, scanned the crowd and found his older sister. He moved toward her, his posture rigid with a familiar Uchiha pride. Kagami, who had been leaning against a wall, straightened, her own pride on full display. Humph, Sasuke grunted, his eyes flicking over her, checking for injuries. You made it. Of course I did. Kagami shot back, her voice sharp. I'm not a weakling like you, little brother. She returned the favor, her gaze inspecting him for a moment longer than necessary. Looks like your little sister finally caught up, Kagami-chan, Naruto said, his voice laced with a teasing lilt. You must be so proud. I'm not a girl, Sasuke shouted, his face contorted in a furious scowl. He glared at Naruto, his pride wounded by the casual jab. Naruto simply looked at him, his expression calm and a little weary. A small smirk touched his lips. That's not very ladylike, Naruto replied. his voice a low, dry murmur. After his short, dry exchange with Sasuke, Naruto simply walked away from Team 7 and headed toward where the members of Team 11 were gathered. The team, consisting of his siblings, Mito and Menma, and a girl with striking purple eyes he recognized as Yakumo Kurama, were in their own conversation, a stark contrast to the quiet tension he had just left. Menma was deep in conversation with Yakumo, their heads bowed together. Their body language suggested an easy, comfortable rapport, a familiar closeness that put a new, uncomfortable tension in the air. Menma looked happy, and his usual swagger had been replaced by a quiet, focused attention on his teammate. Mito, however, was not so distracted. Her eyes, filled with a familiar possessiveness, were fixed on Naruto. As he approached, she pulled away from her team and strode over to him. "Naru," she said, her voice a little too sweet. She shot a quick, resentful look at Yuki and Kagami, who were watching from a distance. "We should talk." "Talk about what?" Naruto asked, his voice calm and even. His gaze, however, was a direct and unflinching challenge. He was not going to be pulled into another emotional whirlwind. He was going to stand his ground. Mito's face flushed with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. He had completely disarmed her with a simple question. She stumbled over her words, her possessiveness showing through her desperation. "About us," she said, her voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper. "About our family. I was worried, Naru. I've been worried sick about you." She reached for his arm, her hand a little too tight, a silent plea for him to come with her. "You shouldn't be here with them. You should be with us." Naruto simply looked at her, his expression calm and a little weary. He didn't pull away. He just stood his ground, his gaze a direct, unyielding challenge. "Mito, we're on the Chunin exams. Don't make a sense right now," Naruto said calmly, his voice a low, level tone. He saw the rejection and hurt flicker in her eyes and softened his voice, the harsh reality of their situation replaced by a hint of reassurance. "I'm not angry with you, and I'm not leaving you. We can talk after this is all over. Okay?" He offered her a small, sincere smile, a gesture of peace and hope. But Mito's eyes, still brimming with a desperate, possessive need, filled with fresh tears. Her emotional outburst had been denied, and now she was demanding a physical, undeniable show of affection. "Okay," she scoffed, her voice thick with a mixture of anger and betrayal. "You call that okay? If you love me, then prove it. Come with me and show me you mean it. Show me you're my brother." Naruto simply looked at her, his face calm and unyielding. Her demand was a physical manifestation of her insecurity. He wouldn't give in to it. He would give her what she needed, but on his own terms. He reached out and gently placed a hand on her cheek, his thumb brushing away a stray tear. "Mito," he said softly, his voice a low, reassuring murmur. "I don't have to prove my love for you. It's just there." He paused, letting the words sink in. "My love for you isn't a game, and it's not a competition. It's a fact. I love you, and nothing is going to change that. I'm not leaving you, and I'm not going to run away from you. I'm just here, and you have to learn to trust me." Mito's mouth hung open, a choked sob caught in her throat. She had expected him to argue, to give in, to fight back, anything but this quiet, devastating reassurance. Her mind, so used to the rules of competition, couldn't process his words at first. She was looking for a flaw, a trick, a reason to argue, but there was none. She looked at him, at his calm, honest eyes, and for the first time, she saw him not as a rival, but as a person. She saw the loneliness in his gaze, the quiet strength that had carried him through a life she knew nothing about. She saw the depth of his love, a love that was not a prize to be won, but a fact to be accepted. Her anger, her jealousy, her possessiveness. It all melted away, replaced by a profound, heartbreaking understanding. The tears she had been fighting fell, not from anger, but from a deep, crushing guilt. He had not been fighting her. He had been loving her. And in her foolish pride, she had almost lost him forever. I understand," she whispered, the words a raw, painful confession. The fight was gone, replaced by a fragile, new beginning. The last of the 5 days passed, and the exhausted genin who had survived the forest of death gathered in the massive auditorium of the tower. The air was thick with the scent of dirt, sweat, and a fragile sense of relief. At the center of the room, standing on a raised platform, was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His voice, calm and clear, carried across the hall. "Congratulations, genin," he began, a gentle smile on his face. "You have all endured the trials of the second stage and have proven your will to survive. However, due to the high number of genin who have passed this year, we will be holding a preliminary exam." A low murmur rippled through the crowd, a mix of groans and quiet whispers. Minato raised a hand, and the room fell silent again. "This will be a one-on-one elimination round. From this point forward, the Chunin exams will be an individual test, meaning the elimination of your teammates doesn't mean the elimination of your entire team." The words hung in the air like a cold, heavy blanket. The faces of the genin shifted from surprise to outright shock. The stakes had just been raised. Friendship, camaraderie, and teamwork, all the bonds they had forged in the forest, were now on the line. They could be paired against their teammates. A shared, silent look passed between Naruto, Yuki, and Kagami. They had just survived the forest, trusting each other completely. Now, that trust might be put to the ultimate test. ##, the preliminary ##. Round 1. The air in the auditorium was thick with anticipation. On the raised platform, a tall, slender figure appeared. It was Gecko Hayate, the proctor for the preliminary rounds. He coughed into his hand, a thin, sickly sound that echoed in the vast hall, and then his voice, though weak, was clear and authoritative. "All right, everyone," he said. "The preliminary rounds will now begin." He then unrolled a small scroll and read from it. "The first match will be Sasuke Uchiha versus Isamu." A collective gasp swept through the crowd. A hush fell over the room as every eye in the hall went to Team 7. It was a possibility, they had been told, but the first round being a fight between two members of the same team was a chilling reality check. Friendship, loyalty, and teamwork had just been rendered meaningless. Sakura's face paled in horror, her eyes wide with disbelief. She looked at Sasuke, her expression a mix of fear and betrayal. Sasuke, for his part, remained stoic, but the slightest flicker in his Sharingan betrayed the internal conflict. He had to fight his teammate, his friend. The unspoken tension in the room was a tangible weight. Every genin now knew that the fight was not just against their enemies but also against themselves. The exams had truly begun. Jonin section. The deafening roar of the clashing fireballs echoed through the auditorium, forcing the crowd to shield their eyes from the blinding light. In the Jonin section, the atmosphere was a mix of quiet professional analysis and open awe. Asuma Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke from his cigarette, a low whistle escaping his lips. "Impressive," he commented, his voice a low rumble. "To possess that level of control at their age, the Uchiha clan truly are on another level." Itachi Uchiha, his expression as impassive as ever, simply watched his younger brother and his teammate. But a subtle, almost imperceptible curve of his lips betrayed a deep, burning pride. His eyes, though calm, held a profound warmth. Might Guy, however, was not so reserved. He stood up, his eyes wide with a burning fire. "Oh, the springtime of youth!" he roared, his fist pumping the air with a passionate fervor. "To see such a magnificent clash of power and rivalry. It is a beautiful display of youthful power." Kakashi Hatake, his hands tucked into his pockets, simply gave a nonchalant shrug. He looked at the other Jonin, a casual, confident smile hidden beneath his mask. "Humph," he said, his voice a little too smug. "My students are better." A collective sweat drop appeared on the brows of the other Jonin, who simply watched the chaos below, a shared look of tired amusement on their faces. Back at fighting ground, the two fireballs dispersed, leaving a cloud of smoke and a searing heat in their wake. Isamu, his face flushed and his breath coming in short, heaving gasps, stood panting in the center of the ring. He was exhausted. Sasuke, though his breathing was heavy, was only slightly tired. As the smoke cleared, Isamu looked up, his eyes widening in shock. Sasuke was gone. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke appeared directly in front of him, a quick puff of smoke marking his substitution jutsu. He didn't hesitate. With a single, decisive punch, he struck Isamu in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Isamu's eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. A tense silence filled the auditorium. Gecko Hayate coughed, his voice a frail but clear presence in the silent hall. The winner, he announced, is Sasuke Uchiha. Round 2. The auditorium was still reeling from the last match. The brutal efficiency of the Uchiha clan had been on full display, and the air was thick with tension. As the medical team carried the unconscious Isamu away, the proctor, Gecko Hayate, coughed and cleared his throat. The second match will begin, he announced, his voice raspy. The participants are Kagami Uchiha of the Leaf versus Yu of the Waterfall. A low murmur rippled through the crowd. This time, it wasn't a fight between teammates, but a clash between two rival villages. The genin from the village hidden in the waterfall, their faces hardened, looked on with a mix of respect and quiet hostility. Kagami, her face a mask of cold pride, stepped forward. She didn't hesitate or look back. Her eyes, filled with a burning determination, were fixed on the girl from the waterfall village. Yu, a genin with a quiet, observant demeanor, returned her gaze with a calm intensity. She was a water-style user, her chakra radiating a cool, controlled energy that was a direct contrast to Kagami's fierce, fiery aura. The two shinobi met in the center of the ring, a silent, powerful acknowledgement passing between them. The stakes were high, and the fight was about to begin. Gecko Hayate's words hung in the air, a chilling harbinger of what was to come. With a simple nod, he gave the signal for the match to begin. Yu's hands moved through a rapid series of seals, a quiet but focused concentration on her face. She slammed her palm into the ground, and a massive wave of water erupted from the earth, a rushing, powerful torrent aimed directly at Kagami. Kagami didn't hesitate. She vaulted into the air, her crimson Sharingan spinning to life. She landed gracefully on a tree branch, the water rushing harmlessly beneath her. Her hands moved through their own quick seals, a crackle of raw electricity building around her. Lightning-style, electromagnetic storm, she shouted, and a powerful current of lightning shot from her fingers, aimed at the water below. Jonin section. The auditorium was a storm of noise and light. The blinding flash of lightning-style and the roar of the water-style jutsu filled the air, the two powerful elements poised to collide. In the Jonin section, the atmosphere was one of pure, unadulterated awe. Itachi Uchiha, his face a mask of his usual impassiveness, watched the scene unfold. But a small, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. It was a rare expression of genuine, unbridled pride. He turned to Orochimaru, who was watching with a quiet, almost grandfatherly smile, his golden eyes fixed on the battle below. "You really taught her well," Itachi said, his voice a low, sincere murmur. Back at arena, the lightning slammed into the water with a deafening crack, and the massive wave instantly became a conduit for raw electricity. You screamed as the current ripped through her, the shock forcing a blinding, disorienting pain through her body. She stumbled, her vision swimming, her body trembling with the aftershocks. In that moment of vulnerability, Kagami appeared directly behind her. There was no sound, no warning. She was simply there, a blade of raw, focused power. She had been there the entire time. Yu's eyes widened, a dawning horror and a grudging respect in her gaze. She knew the fight was over. With a hoarse, defeated breath, she spoke the words that would end the match. "I forfeit," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Kagami's hand, a hair's breadth from a killing blow, stopped. She straightened, a quiet satisfaction in her eyes. The proctor, Gecko Hayate, coughed and looked at the two fighters. "The winner," he announced, his voice a low, clear tone. "Kagami Uchiha of the Leaf." Round 3. The auditorium, still buzzing with the aftershocks of the last fight, fell silent as Gecko Hayate stepped forward. The proctor coughed into his hand, his gaunt face reflecting the weariness of the exams. He unrolled the scroll, his eyes scanning the names. "The third match will now begin," he announced, his voice raspy but clear. The participants are Naruto Namikaze of the Leaf versus Rock Lee of the Leaf. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. This was no ordinary matchup. This was a clash of titans of two different philosophies. On one side stood Naruto, a rumored prodigy with a vast and powerful arsenal. On the other stood Rock Lee, a genius of hard work with an unshakable will. Lee's eyes, which had been closed in quiet concentration, snapped open, burning with a fierce, unyielding passion. This was his chance. This was his moment to prove that a person could surpass a prodigy with hard work alone. Naruto, in contrast, simply gave a small nod, a quiet sense of acknowledgement in his gaze. He knew of Lee's dedication, and he had nothing but respect for him. Naruto started walking towards the staircase but vanished mid-motion and reappear at the center of area in a flawless body flicker. So quick it could be mistaken with flying Reijin, his posture calm and confident. The two shinobi stood in the center of the ring, a silent, powerful acknowledgement passing between them. The air was thick with tension. The fight was about to begin. "So, you can't use genjutsu or ninjutsu?" asked Naruto, in a low voice tinged with amusement and something dangerous. "No, but I won't let it stop me, and I'll become a splendid ninja just by focusing on taijutsu." Can the youthful voice of Lee, Naruto will get in an unknown fighting style, "Then prove it to me," said Naruto, and without any further sound, a punch came straight at Naruto's face. Raising his left arm, Naruto stopped the punch and used his right elbow to hit Lee's chin. And, before he could recover, a Spartan kick sent Lee sliding on floor. "You'll never defeat me if you hold back," said Naruto in a tone that held a heavy demand. He was not the one to be trifled with, and Lee will give his all. Jonin section. "Take them off, Lee. Let the flames of youth run wild," came the loud voice of Guy, while other Jonin stared at the taijutsu match in awe. "I didn't knew he was that good," came a surprised voice of Itachi. "This is nothing. Naruto-kun is holding back a lot. He is saving his tricks for the final," said Orochimaru, in a proud voice. "Vice choice, considering the Tuna and Kumo have sent their Jinchuriki in the exams," said Asuma with a drag of his cigarette. Meanwhile, Kurenai chose not to comment, since her speciality wasn't in taijutsu, and Kakashi remained silent and uncharacteristically serious. Arena. Lee took a huge backflip and took off his orange footwear, revealing weight seals. The moment he dropped the weight, a mushroom cloud appeared from the point of impact, shocking everyone at once, and before anyone could register what happened, he vanished in a blue of pure speed, creating after images. Naruto wasn't prepared, and he couldn't track Lee's movement anymore. So Naruto activated his Sharingan, and quickly leaned at right, barely dodging a punch. But Lee grabbed Naruto's shoulder and launched him in air, quickly appearing behind him. "Leaf's hidden lotus," he yelled, as he slammed Naruto in ground with loud, deafening thud. What followed was a tense silence. Slowly the dust settled, and the results shocked everyone. Even Hiruzen's pipe was on floor, his mouth agape. There at the center of arena was Lee covered in wound, and just in front was Naruto, his clothes torn and many marking but no wounds. How could that be? The only possible reason would be he healed, but how? He's not a Jinchuriki and he's not Hazarama. Lee shook off his shock and entered the first gate. Then second and then third, fourth and finally fifth. Naruto laughed, now his calm chuckle, but a full-blown dark sound rippling through every soul present. "Nice, nice, let's keep dancing," he shouted in a deep voice, and then Hiruzen, for a moment, saw a silhouette of Madara behind Naruto, and it scares him. Lee charged without a second thought. Naruto with his Sharingan kept up in speed. It wasn't a battle a genin could fight. All they say was blurs, speeding together. Sasuke and Kagami, even with their Sharingan, couldn't process the fight, until Lee collapsed from the backlash of using Fifth Gate, and Naruto, still standing, clothes torn, multiple marks on places that should be damaged, but he barely had a scratch, and it scared everyone. Jonin section. "I didn't knew Naruto was so proficient with taijutsu. I mean, his speciality was genjutsu, right?" asked Makoto, a bit embarrassed since Naruto was supposed to be her godson, and yet she barely recalled any memory of him. The embarrassment soon turned into a slight guilt because she has a lot of memories of Menma and Mito, especially because of their rivalry with Sasuke and Kagami. Yeah, he's good, but still, no matter how good he is, he should have sustained some damage, and how can he keep up? With the strength of 5 gates Lee, this isn't something a genin should be able to do. "Do you know what kind of trick he's using?" said Fugaku. "No, I don't. He said he'll reveal it in Chunin exams, but didn't told anyone. But I do know whatever it is, it's very dangerous," said Minato. But, she continued, I'll agree on one thing. Naruto isn't a normal genin. Kushina was standing beside Minato, too shocked to say anything. Round 4. A hush falls over the stadium. The proctor's voice rings out, Menma Uzumaki versus Mito Uzumaki. The crowd freezes. A fight between siblings, the heirs to two legendary clans. The tension is palpable. Everyone is on the edge of their seats, wondering what will happen next. Kushina Uzumaki's eyes dart between her two children, a look of pure shock on her face. Her hands instinctively go to her mouth. She can't believe what she's hearing, Menma and Mito, about to fight each other. Next to her, Minato Namikaze remains stoic. His expression is unreadable, but his fists are clenched tightly at his sides. He has to stay strong, for his children and for his village, but inside, his heart is twisting in knots. Menma and Mito exchange a look. It's a complicated mix, a determined glint in their eyes, a touch of mischief on their lips. They're siblings and they've sparred countless times. This is just another match, but on a grander stage. With a shared, knowing smile, they turn and walk toward the arena, the weight of the crowd and their parents' worried stares falling away behind them. For them, this is more than a fight. It's a test of skill, a game between two rivals who know each other better than anyone else. Ready to lose, big brother? Mito's voice is a playful jab, but her eyes are serious. She wants this victory, not just to win, but to prove her strength, her capability, her worth. Menma grins, his own confidence radiating. Lose? Am I? Our fight has just begun. His tone carries a touch of arrogance, a challenge. He loves his sister, but this is the moment he's been waiting for, the chance to prove his own worth as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Is that so? Mito's voice is calm, a stark contrast to the brewing storm. You're right, she says, a slight smile on her lips. Then her voice rises to a yell. You are so right. Suddenly, a flurry of adamantium sealing chains erupt from her back, lashing out at Menma. He reacts with surprising speed, dodging the metallic whips as they slice through the air. In a flash, he creates dozens of shadow clones that surround Mito, a silent army ready to strike. Mito's hands move through a series of practice seals. Water-style water waves, she yells. An omnidirectional wall of water erupts from her, a powerful wave that slams into Menma's surrounding shadow clones. The clones dissolve into puffs of smoke, leaving only the original Menma standing. Without missing a beat, Menma weaves his own hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. A massive gust of wind blasts from his mouth, aiming to push back the water and overwhelm Mito. The two jutsu collide with a deafening roar. The force of the wind and the power of the water create a vortex of mist and spray, hiding the combatants from view. As the vapor clears, Mito and Menma stand opposite each other, untouched and perfectly still. The stadium is silent, the crowd mesmerized. The siblings are perfectly matched, a stalemate in this opening clash of power. Trying hard, eh? Mito says with a smirk, her voice breaking the silence. Menma's eyes lock with hers. Not as hard as you. In the Jonin stands, a proud smile lights up Kakashi's face. Next to him, Minato beams with an uncontainable sense of pride. They both watch their students, their children, with admiration. See, Mikoto-chan? Kushina says, a playful, smug grin on her face as she nudges her friend. My kids are stronger than yours. Mikoto pouts, her arms crossed over her chest. She can't help but feel a little annoyed, but she knows deep down that Kushina isn't wrong. Wow, Naruto-kun, your siblings have gotten stronger, a surprised Yuki says, her eyes wide as she watches the fight unfold. Back in the arena, Mito forms two shadow clones while Menma does the same. A silent understanding passes between them. They both know it's time to end this. This attack, Mito says, her voice low and serious, would be the final one. Menma finishes, his own eyes narrowing in concentration. Back at arena, they both held out a hand, a spiraling orb of blue chakra forming in each of their palms. Rasengan. With a silent nod, they charged at each other. The two powerful jutsu collided, creating a blinding flash of light and a deafening sound. A cloud of dust and debris billowed up, engulfing the arena. When it finally settled, Mito lay unconscious on the ground. Menma stood over her, his face a perfect poker face, hiding the exhaustion and emotion underneath. The crowd was silent, utterly captivated by the display of power. Mito's eyes fluttered open to a disorienting white. A dim, white ceiling light felt blindingly bright. Groggily, she looked around and saw her brother, Naruto, sitting in a chair behind her. A wave of happiness washed over her at the sight of him, but it was quickly followed by a familiar, heavy guilt. She couldn't help but feel ashamed, thinking of how she had treated him in the past. Naruto reached out and gently took her hand in his. Why? Mito's voice was barely a whisper. Naruto's grip on her hand tightened. Because I still love you. But why? Mito's voice was a mixture of confusion and pain. How could you love me after all the heartbreak? After all the pain? Naruto simply shrugged, his eyes soft. He continued to gently caress her palm, his silence speaking volumes. Tears began to stream down Mito's face. She threw her arms around Naruto, burying her face in his shoulder. I'm so sorry, she sobbed. I'm so sorry. She repeated the apology over and over, her body shaking with the weight of her guilt and grief. Naruto held her tightly, whispering soft, comforting words into her ear. He spoke of forgiveness, of their bond as siblings, of a future where they could start over. His gentle voice was a balm to her shattered heart, and slowly, Mito's sobs began to quiet. Naruto gently helped Mito to her feet. He led her out of the room and into the hallway, where Kushina was waiting for them, her face etched with concern. Did you two sort things out? Kushina asked, her voice filled with apprehension. Mito simply nodded, tears still glistening in her eyes. A wave of relief washed over Kushina, and she let out a long, shuddering sigh. After they returned home, the Namikaze family sat together at the dining table. For the first time in a very long time, they felt like a family, truly close. The final confrontation before the Chunin exams had been tiring, and no one seemed to know where to begin. Before, Mito had been seething with jealousy, but now things had finally been sorted out. Kushina and Minato sat together, their own silent relief palpable. Menma and Mito were engaged in one of their usual playful arguments, their light-hearted bickering filling the room. Meanwhile, Naruto sat by the window, engrossed in a quiet conversation with Yuki. So I finally learned the Ice Dome mirror and used it against Hinata to win, Yuki said, her voice quiet and shy. She wasn't usually this timid around Naruto, but it was her first time at his house, and being around so many new people was making her anxious. Naruto, sensing her discomfort, gently held her hand, providing silent comfort. Is that right? You're getting stronger day by day, Naruto said, his voice calm and gentle. I'm sorry for missing your fight with Hinata. Don't mention it. It's not a big deal, really, Yuki said, trying to brush the topic aside and appear strong, to hide the hurt and insecurity she felt. She trusted Naruto, but she was also afraid to be alone. She tried to hide her insecurity, but even she knew it was futile because Naruto knew her too well. But I want to make it up to you in any way you want, Naruto replied, his grip on her hand firm and reassuring. Oh, my baby is being quite the ladies' man, Kushina said, a playful tone in her voice. Yuki's face turned a deep shade of red, and she hid it in her hands. Naruto just rolled his eyes. He knew he was sometimes too attentive to Yuki, but in his mind, she deserved all the love he could offer. After all, she had loved him when no one else did. You did that on purpose? Naruto said, a hint of accusation in his voice as he looked at his mother. Kushina gasped and covered her mouth in mock offense. How could you think I'd do such a thing to such a lovely couple? She said teasingly, finally trying to be a mother to Naruto in a way he needed. She had finally learned that Naruto didn't need someone to coddle him. He needed someone who understood him. Dinner is ready, my lovebirds, Kushina announced, a playful lilt to her voice, as she headed toward the dining room. Naruto waited for her to leave before turning back to Yuki. She was still blushing, her glassy gray eyes looking up at him. Naruto leaned in and gently kissed Yuki, a soft, reassuring pressure on her lips. At the dining table, the atmosphere was a mix of awkwardness and relief. The tension that had hung over the family for years was gone, but an unfamiliar quiet had taken its place. Minato, for all his genius in military strategy and high-pressure decisions, felt completely lost. He was a father who had failed, and despite Naruto's forgiveness, the guilt still clung to him. He hadn't been there for his son when he was a child, and now Naruto was an adult with a girlfriend. The realization still surprised him. He wanted to talk to Naruto, to bridge the distance between them, but he didn't know where to start. "You look lost," Naruto said, his voice gentle, pulling Minato out of his reverie. "I'm just surprised that you have, you know? A girlfriend," Minato replied, a bit of hesitancy in his voice. "You're the one to talk?" Naruto shot back with a slight grin. "You and Mom have been together since the academy." A gasp rippled through Menma and Mito. They stared at their mother, who had suddenly become the center of attention. Kushina blushed, a soft, fond smile on her face, as she remembered her first day with Minato. "What? How? When?" Mito asked, a mix of shock and disbelief in her voice. "How does Naruto know?" Menma chimed in, equally stunned. "Ugh, well, you see, at the academy she had this red hair and I really liked her. And ugh." Minato started, his words fumbling. He shot a desperate look at Kushina. "Damn you, Naruto," he thought. "A little help, please?" he said aloud, hoping she would come to his rescue. All eyes in the room, including Yuki's, her usual shyness lost in the moment, turned to Kushina. Kushina stammered, then took a long drink of wine. "All right," she began, a rush of fond embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "In the academy, I was kidnapped by Kumo because of my Jinchuriki status. They wanted the Ninetales, but Minato saved me. We only started dating after Minato became a Jonin Databane." Her words tumbled out in a frantic, yet fond, rush. "Quite a fairy tale," Naruto said with a smirk, a comment that earned him a playful glare from Kushina. The two girls, Yuki and Mito, were lost in their own thoughts, daydreaming about the story they had just heard. Now, Minato said, a sly smile on his face as he turned to Naruto. "It's only fair if you tell us about your own story." He was getting a bit of playful revenge for the earlier embarrassment. Yuki blushed, clutching Naruto's hand tightly. He gave her a reassuring squeeze and took a moment to walk down memory lane. "I guess it was our 6th mission," Naruto began. Flashback. Currently, Naruto, Yuki, and Kagami were walking down a dirt path. "This is so boring," Kagami complained, her usual tsundere act on full display. Even though she secretly enjoyed her time with Team 12, she would never admit it. Now, Kagami-chan, you were the one who said we should take a C-rank mission, right?" Orochimaru said, his voice silky with an almost grandfatherly smile. "So you don't get to complain about it." Kagami huffed, a faint blush on her cheeks. "Whatever," she muttered, trying to sound angry. Yuki giggled. "Kagami-chan is so cute sometimes," she said, which only made Kagami huff and pout even more angrily. Naruto followed a few steps behind them, a silent chuckle on his lips. The playful bickering and easy banter between his teammates was a stark contrast to the tense, awkward atmosphere that had once been his normal at home. "We arrived," Naruto said, his gaze fixed on the sign that read, "Welcome to the Tea Village." "Yeah, we did," Kagami said with a nonchalant air, though inside, she was excited about seeing a new town. "Sensei, why is it called the Tea Village?" Yuki asked, her curiosity piqued. "Because there is a tea plant, or more like a tea tree, in the middle of the town," Orochimaru explained in a gentle tone. "Huh? But tea plants don't grow that big," Kagami said, her brow furrowed in confusion. "No, they don't," Naruto said. "But this one is special. Elaborate," Kagami said in a dismissive tone, though she was dying of curiosity on the inside. "It is said that a long, long time ago, there was a lady who lived here," Naruto began, his voice calm. "She was the most beautiful woman the world had ever seen, with black hair and honey eyes. In short, she was really beautiful." "Okay, I get it," Kagami interrupted, a bit of jealousy in her voice. "She was prettier than your mom. So, what does that have to do with the tree? It's not like she died and became this tea tree, did she?" Naruto sighed. "Let me finish, would you?" "Well, actually, she did," Naruto continued, ignoring Kagami's interruption. You see, it's said that she was a goddess of love who came into this mortal world. One day she met a man. He ran a tea shop out of hobby, even though he was the lord of a big piece of land. He used his land to grow tea because, in his opinion, tea is the language of love. How? Yuki asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. What do you do on a date? Naruto asked, a playful grin on his face. Yuki's cheeks flushed. Go on a tea or coffee? She answered, her voice soft. Exactly, Naruto said, his grin widening. Tea is the language of love. Dumb logic, I know, but it's the folklore, Naruto continued. So the man asked the goddess to visit his tea shop, and when she came, he offered her tea and asked her what love is. The goddess said nothing, but gave him a warm smile. She then took a few seeds, planted them in the soil and left. The next day, the tea seeds she planted had grown into a huge tree with tea leaves. I don't get it, Kagami said, clearly unsatisfied with the answer. Why didn't she answer? Yuki asked. Because love isn't something you can explain with words, Naruto replied, his voice soft. It's an action. She showed him what love was by giving him a gift, something that would grow and thrive. According to this folklore, Naruto continued, love is something that words can't describe. It's when you understand a person even when their world is completely different from yours. It's when you feel someone even when they are a world apart. It's an act of nurturing and protection. You know an awful lot, Yuki said, her voice soft and gentle. So the tea tree is just a sappy love story? Kagami said, a skeptical look on her face. It is said that when two people who love each other make an offering to the tree, the blessing of the goddess of love follows, clearing the path for them to be truly one, Orochimaru said in a silky voice. Yuki's gaze fixed on the ancient tree, a look of longing in her eyes. Excuse me, she said softly before leaving the group and heading toward a nearby shop. This girl, even on a mission, only thinks about shopping. Kagami sighed, a familiar, exasperated tone in her voice. Naruto handed a scroll to Orochimaru. Complete the mission, he said in a calm, even voice. I'll go check on her. Naruto started searching for Yuki, and after a few moments, he found her near the giant tea tree. She was holding a small bell in her hands. He approached her with a gentle smile. What are you doing, Yuki-chan? He asked politely. Naruto-kun, I wanted to tell you something, Yuki said, her usual shyness gone. In her eyes was pure, glassy trust and vulnerability. I know that I love you, so please, make this offering with me. I want to be your reason to return home. Her words were filled with a conviction that surprised even herself. Flashback end. Naruto finished his story, and everyone at the table stared at Yuki. The air was thick with a mix of awe and admiration. Naruto made the right choice, Minato and Kushina said in unison, a genuine warmth in their voices. Mito was lost in her own thoughts, daydreaming about the romantic tale. Menma, meanwhile, just sat there, sulking, a familiar look of jealousy on his face. Yuki hid her blushing face in her hands. Mito walked over to her, a mischievous grin on her face. You're quite bold, Yuki-chan, she teased. You got your fantasy fulfilled, Mito added, her grin widening. Blessed by the goddess of love? Shut up, Yuki yelled, her voice quivering with embarrassment. Ugh, why don't I get any girl? Menma groaned, burying his face in his hands. Because you're a kid, Naruto said matter-of-factly. Hey, we're practically the same age. I'm just a year younger, Menma protested. I meant mental and emotional age, Naruto replied. Are you calling me dumb? Menma asked, his head snapping up. Did no one tell you before? Naruto asked, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I did, Mito chimed in. Minato and Kushina burst into laughter, and even Yuki couldn't hold back a giggle. Menma grumbled something about unfair siblings, but a small smile played on his lips as he looked at his family, who, for the first time, felt like home. After the laughter subsided, a comfortable silence settled over the table. Minato looked at all four of his children. So, there's 1 month before the finals begin. What are you all going to do? Mito and Menma exchanged a look. Menma spoke first. I'll train with Mom. I want to be able to use my Biju chakra. There will be 3 other Jinchuriki besides me who will definitely use theirs. I'll help Menma, Mito added. Minato then turned to Naruto and Yuki. Naruto, he began. Perhaps you can let me train you? I think it'll be all right, Naruto said, a gentle, thoughtful smile on his face. He looked at his father, a new kind of understanding passing between them, a silent acknowledgement of the training and the bond they were about to forge. After dinner, Naruto and Yuki stood, and Naruto began to lead Yuki towards his room. You know, while I do want grandchildren, I think you two are a bit too young for that, Kushina said, a playful smirk on her face. Yuki's face turned a deep shade of red, and a small, embarrassed whimper escaped her lips as she hid her face in her hands. Naruto shot his mother an annoyed glare. Naruto rolled his eyes once more, then gently guided Yuki into his room. They settled into a comfortable embrace on his bed, the quiet hum of the house and the soft moonlight from the window creating a peaceful intimacy. So, what do you think of this place? I mean, it must be better than your apartment, right? Naruto asked. Yuki nodded shyly. I like staying with you, she said, her voice a soft whisper against his chest. Naruto leaned in and gently kissed Yuki, a soft, reassuring pressure on her lips. Naruto pressed his face against her chest and held her tightly. Yuki wrapped her arms around his head, her cheeks resting on his forehead, as they drifted off to sleep. The next month passed in a blur of intense training with his father and small, hesitant steps toward opening up with his family. Naruto found himself in a new rhythm, one that balanced the rigor of Minato's tutelage with the slow, sometimes awkward, process of reconnecting with his parents and siblings. Menma, in particular, was struggling. His primary motivation for becoming strong had always been to protect his younger siblings, Mito and Naruto. But in the last month, the truth had hit him hard. Naruto had been alone and had been forced to become strong on his own, a strength that surpassed Menma's. He felt like a complete failure, a protector who had been absent when it mattered most. An even more noticeable change was that Yuki had moved in with Naruto. This made Naruto incredibly happy. She was his, and now he could be with her at all times. For Yuki, the change was overwhelming at first, but she soon found solace in Kushina. The two of them bonded over their similar pasts, having both been ostracized for their unique abilities and backgrounds. Chunin exams. The Chunin exam finals arrived sooner than anyone had. 5 Kage and other great figures from all over the world gathered to witness the massive event. Round 1. The first match of the final round is between Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Genma yelled, his voice echoing through the massive stadium. Sasuke appeared at the top of the stadium and leaped down to the center of the arena, a confident smirk on his face. Meanwhile, a flock of crows with glowing Sharingan eyes gathered in the middle of the field. They swirled and coalesced, and from their midst, Naruto walked out, his expression unreadable. The mere entrance of the two genin was enough to make the massive crowd hold its breath. Sasuke started with his fire style, great fireball jutsu, but Naruto was already gone, reappearing behind him in a flawless body flicker. You missed, Naruto said simply. Sasuke whirled around, a fist crackling with lightning aimed at Naruto's face. The attack connected, but Naruto dispersed into a flock of crows, reforming at a distance. Good, but not good enough, he said, the words fueling Sasuke's rage. Shut up, Sasuke yelled. Stop acting like you're better than me. He charged forward, engaging Naruto in a close-quarters taijutsu fight. Naruto weaved around and dodged every attack with a fluid grace that made it look effortless. Stay still and let me hit you, an enraged Sasuke yelled. And why would I do that? Naruto asked, his voice calm. He grabbed Sasuke's wrist, spun him around, and landed a clean elbow to his chin. In the Kage box. The fourth Raikage, I watched the fight intently. It's not that the Uchiha is bad, he commented. It's just that his opponent is incredibly precise. The Kazekage turned to Minato. You really trained him well, he said. Minato, beaming with pride, replied. He's just very talented. He might be a bigger genius than me. But how does he have the Sharingan? Asked Mei, the fifth Mizukage. I never really knew who my parents were, Minato replied. So it's possible that Kushina's chakra reawakened some dormant Uchiha gene? I'm not really sure, though, because I don't have any Uchiha genes myself. Back in the arena, Sasuke groaned, his body aching. With a quick body flicker, a move he had just copied from Naruto, he vanished and reappeared at the top of the stadium. He charged a Chidori and, with a surprising burst of speed, raced toward Naruto. But Naruto was faster. He grabbed Sasuke's wrist, twisted it, and with his other hand, delivered a sharp uppercut to his chin, knocking him out cold. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki, Genma shouted, his voice echoing through the stunned silence of the arena. Round 2. A moment later, Genma's voice boomed through the stadium once more. The second match of the final round, Niji Hyuga versus Menma Uzumaki. There is no point, Niji said, his voice as unyielding as ever. Fate has already dictated me the winner. Tell your fate to piss off. Menma shot back, a determined glint in his eye. Niji activated his Byakugan and charged at Menma, using his gentle fist. Menma weaved and dodged with surprising agility. When Niji finally landed a hit, Menma substituted himself with a log. He then created multiple shadow clones and charged at Niji. Niji started spinning his arm, yelling, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, as he effortlessly dispatched all of the clones. The remaining clone poofed into a cloud of smoke. You fool! I have the Byakugan. I can see everything, Niji yelled, a smirk on his face. Just then, a fist came from beneath him. A clone erupted from the ground and delivered a solid uppercut, sending Niji flying into the air. Still gonna keep this up? You talk about destiny, but you still haven't landed a solid hit, Menma taunted, his voice clear and confident as he stood over the stunned Niji. Menma created 2 more shadow clones, and together, they formed a Rasengan, charging towards Niji. But Niji had already recovered. He began to spin, yelling, 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. A dome of chakra erupted from his body, deflecting the Rasengan and dispelling the clones instantly. In the audience booth, multiple Hyuga clan members started murmuring. The reason was clear. Revolving heaven was supposed to be a main branch technique, but Niji, a member of the side branch, had just used it. Niji moved in, his movements fluid and precise, and landed his first solid hit. 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, he yelled, striking Menma and blocking all of his chakra points,